Ah, greetings from the Erie Coast. This is Mad Chat. Oh, yeah, this is my day off, and I got tomorrow off. So, yeah, I'm just gonna hang out and go live. We are live. That's right. Welcome, welcome. Give us some, give a chance for chat to propagate. Notifications get out there. Whatever they do, I don't know what they do. I'm gonna do this right off the bat, though. Boom, boom, and boom, boom, boom. There we go. Right. Here we go. OVP, what's up? Let's go. Mm. Wow, I just had an amazing meal of tacos. Yeah, I was sent back. Zombie Force, what's up? So I wanted to talk about something I heard. Thus, I have heard, and I'm curious about, and I was wondering if so, Scott, if you guys are guys and gals out there have heard about it, and it's the title of this live stream, Poison the Well. Yeah, Poison the Well. Oh God! And so I don't know if I should be making this. Wolfang, what's up, man? Daniel Berry, Sports and Highlights. Happy Taco Tuesday. Tacos. L Dog, what's up, L Dog? How you doing? How everybody? Everybody good up in her. That's right, everybody. How you doing? Welcome. By the way, where we at? I can barely see chat. I see one line of chat at a time. Everybody in the house. Everybody in the house be crew. Let's go. Welcome everyone. Poisoning the Well. Yeah, welcome everyone. Please come on in. Grab yourself a taco. Grab yourself a seat. And let's get into this, shall we? So I've been listening to this this thing. Oh yeah, by the way, just for GP, uh, uh, fuck local prepper, local loser, fuck local loser. Yeah, fuck the local loser. There you go. I said that shit. That's right. Boom. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. Fuck that guy. You ever like meet somebody and be like, I just don't like you. Right? What's up?
What's going on, bro?
What's up, Trent? How you doing? Hey, Cole, I hear Cole in the background.
But you know what they do. They doing what they do.
They doing kung fu.
Exactly.
I love it. Ducking kung fu. No, it was me. I did it. I did that shit. That's right. I banned local prepper from the live. Matter of fact, I think I've done it twice already. Yeah, I did that shit. Yeah, and I said I did that shit. I'm the one. Me. Me, this guy. That's right. Fuck you. And so this is my term for him. Fucking loser. Fucking loser. Loser prepper. Local loser prepper. Anyway, I'm sorry. So anyway, Trent, how you doing, man?
I'm good, man. I'm you know me. I'm that guy. I stay low and keep to myself.
You all about your business, all about your school, right? So
right.
Yeah, but you know, hey, I got you.
I don't understand it. I truly don't.
I do.
Well, that's fine, and that's all that counts. Huh? Yeah, my daddy used to say imitation is the best flattery out there. So I don't know, don't care.
Right.
But you know, I got people around me that do, and that's okay.
That's right. We got your back.
And
Yes,
it's
sir.
not like I ain't even said nothing. Zero.
Right. Right. Yeah. I mean, you're impartial. You're trying to do your channel business.
Yeah, I'm about
Uh,
my business. I don't care about his business.
yeah.
His business is his business. Not gonna give him the
I,
time of day. Cole, would you quit chewing on his ears?
oh, Lord.
These two guys, these two guys right here.
Oh, hold on. Let me put this on. There you go.
These two guys. Get down. I ain't in the middle of y'all. Cole.
You got to throw it so they can fight over it.
Oh no, they do very well by themselves.
Right on. Some little old prepper, wild dragon, zombie force.
So anyway, yeah, I don't know what his problem is.
He's on some petty shit, bro. He's
And
on some
I
petty
don't
shit.
care. I don't do petty. I don't do drama, and y'all know that. And
Yeah.
I'm not looking at the chat and what my moderators do. I got no problem with it because that's why they're my moderators. I trust y'all 100%. Y'all do what y'all need to do.
Yeah. He's like herpes. LVP.
Don't care.
He like herpes. He just keeps coming back.
Yeah. I'm not here to call him out or nothing. I don't know him. And I prefer to keep, and I know you are, and I prefer to keep it that way. Don't know you, don't care.
Right. Keep it stepping. And so, okay, I was going to talk about, and we can still talk about that, is that poison the well, right? And so I heard this term as it refers to AI. Yes.
Ooh.
So there's this, yeah. I'd like to learn more about it, but of course, when you try to look that up, it ain't going to show you because it's AI that has the search, right? So, what's up, Sherry? So apparently, what's been going on is folks have literally like going into AI that's trying to learn stuff and just giving it crap, just giving it just whatever kind of crap, it like I don't know. I've actually started doing it myself, so we'll see what happens, right? Just off the wall shit, because it's trying to learn us. So if you teach it that we are just crazy, stupid shit, I can imagine saying something over and over and over again, and then something very, like. I don't know. Today I was talking about social sciences, carrot, social sciences, social carrot up my ass, social sciences, social engineering, social, and just kept going on and on and on and on, feeding this thing crap and see what it regurgitates, see what it learns, right? Because that's what it does. It learns us. It can learn these nuts.
And hello to everybody in the chat. Deathclaw Jedi, my man.
What's up, Deathclaw?
Vision was watching Monk.
Oh yes, Monk. I remember that show.
Yeah,
What's up,
I don't know what is on the TV. I have no idea. It's on. All I know it's on. But I'm not even having a conversation. I'm listening to you, and you, my guy, and Hudson Valley's my guy. And what's the saying? The enemy of my friend is my enemy.
Right, and that's kind of how I look at it too. And I start seeing it, and it kind of segues into this name of this live stream, poisoning the well. So,
yes,
what would somebody who has what's up, Michigan, who has ulterior motives, would come into other communities, other chats, and just start poisoning the well, right?
Yeah.
A saboteur, just coming through, spreading hate and discontent, and, just by showing up and saying, hey, haha, whatever, right?
Yeah.
Making stupid comments, right? promoting himself, like, hey, come on over to us. So then it continues. The whole well poisoning continues, right? You know, because now he's pulling people from other chats and other channels over to his channel, which seems to be a tactic. You know what I'm saying? Promote and solicit, and then you get over there and boom, he works his magic in you, and then sends other people out, which I seen today, which he recruits from his channel, right, and sends them out to other channels. Go, oh
Right.
hey, yeah, you got a question? Come to this channel, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's some petty shit, man. That's some stupid shit.
It is.
I mean, I'm all about like sharing knowledge and things like that. Matter of fact, everybody,
Right.
drop your links. Shameless plugs for everyone. If you're blue, you know what to do. If you're not, then you're snot. You can just beg someone's blue, they'll drop it for you. Unless you local douchebag prepper, local loser. Fuck him. Fuck that guy. Anyway, what's up, Aston?
Hi, Aston team, and everybody else in the chat that I may not have spoken to. I hope everybody's having a great day.
Yeah, I don't know how it's happened, but I got the day off tomorrow.
Awesome.
Yeah. I don't know if it's awesome or not. We got this like snowstorm coming through Wednesday, Thursday. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay, guys, hold up, y'all. Y'all getting a little too close to me with them teethers. Okay.
Danger close.
Exactly. Y'all chew on each other. Don't be chewing on me. But you know, to all my mods, y'all know I've never told any of my mods to ban anybody. And y'all know we're respectful on my channel. We don't talk
Right.
bad about folks. And
Right.
if they do, the mods do what they need to do as a moderator. And I'm okay with that. And I will stand behind that 1,000%. And you know, don't leave. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you go right ahead. You were in mid-range. Go ahead.
And ooh, flying front feet for the kill, finishing. Anyway, yes. Anyway, you know, my moderators moderate. That's why they're moderators.
That's right.
I got no problem with it. Period. End of story.
I think it's very rude for someone come into somebody other's live stream and promote another channel.
Yep.
You know, it's very rude. I mean, you should ask first, at least.
Exactly.
You know, like, hey, can I promote a channel? Yada yada yada. Okay, yeah, sure. Or you know, it's not authorized, then no. If it ain't in the community, no, we don't want you.
Right. And y'all know I got no problem with promoting channels. But if Cole, no, sir, I ain't in this. This is between you and him. And you know, y'all know how we roll.
Right. I mean, your channel is it's a lot different than mine. It is. It's a lot. It's more family friendly. It's no drama. It's you trying to get the information out, trying to help people, and chat does the same thing, right? So they're always going through that. So any kind of deviation from that in that family friendly channel environment, it's going to stand out.
Yep,
you know?
we got a problem.
Yeah. I mean, if I want an advertisement, I go to YouTube. Wait a minute, we're on YouTube.
Yeah. But I really don't have nothing to say other than what I've already said and don't plan to. The best response is no response from me to a point.
And I can respect that.
Yeah. Now, what my people do is what my people do because they my people.
we don't handle business. We don't handle business.
Yeah, and they my people for a reason. Yes.
You know, oh, Dakota. What's up, Dakota? He is the disembodied voice in the darkness because he is Batman.
Because I'm not. My camera's not on. I'm sitting here with the pups, trying not to get chewed on, trying not to get hit
It's
by
okay, dude.
paws or body parts because they're doing what they do.
Kennigan. What's up, Kennigan?
What's going on, Canagen?
I mean, I will talk about local loser at any time. That's my sign for him, local loser. Remember this sign? You loser. This is fucking loser. Fucking local loser.
Right.
But actually, I actually wanted to talk about poisoning the well of AI.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's kind of where I wanted to go. Because I heard this term. It's an interesting concept. It really is. You know, it's something that is extremely intelligent, but its only intelligence is studying us.
Yes.
So what better way to just throw them off by poisoning the well?
Absolutely.
See you, CV Farmer. What's up? So something that's erratic, something that's because what does it do? It lackluster prepping, lackluster prepper. Something that builds algorithms because we do live. We are a pattern based. Most things that are alive, most sentient beings are pattern based.
Correct.
You know what I'm saying? There's a pattern. We got to eat. We got to sleep. We got to talk. We got to, we got to work. We got to drive. We got to buy things. We've got a lot of patterns, and we build a routine around our patterns in our life that leads to a success or to a failure, right? So,
right.
Throwing that thing off, I could see this working on the surveillance part of it too. What if I just got in my car and just drove around in circles 52 times, making sure that I hit all the flock channels, the flock cameras as they watched me. They're like, why? This guy went by 52 times. Why?
Right, exactly.
If everybody did that, man, they would just be inundated with all this non-pattern stuff.
Yeah. Well, isn't that's what the youth in China are doing with all the cameras? They're wearing one mask. They've done avatar faces so that everybody looks the same person, the same avatar.
Yes. Who would have thought that anime would have came to the rescue?
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, right. Ghost League told me about this. Flock owns Ring now. The Ring cameras on your on the doors, they own Ring, and Flock sells that information to everyone.
So Flock bought Ring from Amazon.
Mm-hmm. Yep. That's the word.
Yep. That doesn't surprise me.
Yeah. What's up, Zombie?
What's going on, Mad Shed, Mr. Trent?
What's going on, Zombie? How you doing, bro?
Oh, working like a damn old dog. Sound like you've had a little bit of a day yourself, brother.
Well, no, actually, I had a great day. I always have a great day because I choose to make it great. It is what it is. That wasn't even a blip on the radar.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's how I look at it. That hadn't affected me no way, no how. And it won't.
I didn't say a bad day, I said a long day.
Yeah, my day's always long, bro. My days start before the sun even wakes up.
Yeah.
Tomatoes, potatoes.
I'm 4:30 a.m. to about 12 o'clock midnight.
Yep, you sound like me, bro. I'm up I'm normally awake around 5, and
Yeah.
I try. My goal is always to be in the bed by 11, but yeah, that hasn't worked out too well lately.
You know, this conversation we're having about this AI, it's kind of interesting what Chad's talking about there, is because I've had conversations with AI, and then I ask it to say, if I say, hey, go to Mad Shad, what do you know about Mad Shad? You know, just for instance, you know, it has its own opinion about who a person is and their social media outlets and stuff.
Yeah,
It's kind
Right?
of scary.
Oh yeah, it's monitoring us, it's watching us, it's mapping us. It's it's dissecting us. You know, you ever been dissected? Well, yeah, we have. We get dissected all the time. You know, and get put on a flow chart. So, and it builds an algorithm. It builds a pattern. It's Las Vegas 2029, 1984 is now. So it if you're escaping doing E&E stuff, right? Some of you probably know a little bit about this. E&E, one of the things to do is to make your patterns erratic, right? If you know you're being followed or you're trying to escape and evade, you run to the most inhospitable places. You run through the briars and the briars and the batches. You run where there's cover. You go you go where it doesn't think you're going to go. And sometimes you might take the highway. Sometimes you might take a dirt road. Sometimes you might take a back alleyway. Sometimes you might just take a bus, right? But and always changing up your appearance. What's up, Eric? Always changing up your appearance. Always changing something. And maybe you double back. Maybe you're not going home. Maybe you don't go straight home. Maybe you, like I said, you circle around. You drive around in circles for 52 times. And then finally ditch your car and go have some ice cream. It's, and AI is like, what the fuck?
Oh yeah, I never take the same route.
Well, most of us do. Especially those that work and commute. You know what I'm saying? We always do. We usually shop at the same places. We usually, buy the same thing at a certain pattern. Very rarely do we deviate. Maybe on the weekends when we have free time. We're thinking, this weekend I want to try that Italian restaurant, right? Well, last weekend I tried the Chinese restaurant. So even that is like a pattern. It shows it can actually use that pattern and go and predict your next movement. You know what I'm saying? So poisoning the well with just your movements and your actions will throw this thing off. Now, of course, it will actually, if it's smart enough, it'll realize what you're doing and go, oh, well then. It knows that I know, right? What's up, Mika Wolf, PJ? I don't know. What do you guys think?
I think it's a massive database, sort of like the old Encyclopedia Britannica, but it's supersized. It's very intelligent.
Well, if it's intelligent, like if I was following Zombie Force and Trent, and y'all went around the city 52 times in your car, I would realize what you're doing.
Right.
Would AI realize? Or does it even matter? I think AI would just continue to monitor you.
Correct. I think it'll just continue monitoring you.
All right, have a good night, Wolfgang. skunk.
Have a good evening, Wolfang. Take care, bro.
But
I
you
had
know,
a-
that report, it couldn't make heads or tails of it, nor would it be able to actually predict what you're going to do next. So even though that we are very pattern based sentient beings, we have that spark of randomness, which is what I love and try to incorporate. Obviously, trial by accidents of that nature. Go ahead.
I had a conversation with that Chat GTP just day before yesterday pertaining to that microwave technology. I think we discussed it briefly, and how microwave was used or presumed to be used in Venezuela. And
Hopefully
the
I have-
soldiers, how the soldiers said their mouths and their noses and ears were bleeding. So I had a conversation with the Chat GPT about how to counter microwave, and it came up with some pretty good answers. So
Yeah, I forget the guy's channel. There's a guy, a scientist, an engineer, scientist that actually him and his class got out there and tested this stuff, and just some things with just a piece of cardboard was enough to
yeah,
disrupt a lot of things, or piece of metal, or just just earmuffs, right? Earmuffs and a helmet with a visor, But there's a lot of things like the sonic microwave, covering your skin with some kind of reflective material or thick material. But you think about it, you're standing guard, and you've got on cotton and canvas gear with some metal on it. You're not expecting a microwave attack, right? So boom, you have no PPE, you got no place to hide. It's going to affect you.
oh
And
yeah,
funny, if pull you back to, I don't know, maybe a decade ago, when we had some people in Cuba get messed up, right? Remember that?
yeah.
Yep, exactly. And same thing happened in Venezuela, allegedly.
Allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly.
What's up, Wingnut? Wingnuts in chat.
Hey,
in
Wingnut,
panel.
how you doing, bro?
I woke up breathing once again.
There you go.
Yes,
That's
sir.
the goal. You win.
You wake up not breathing, you're gonna have one hell of a day.
You got that right.
Or no, you won't. Or you won't have no day. Yeah. Yeah. So what do you think about all this, Wingnut?
Which part?
We fart? You say we fart?
I said,
He
no,
said, which part?
Yeah, which part?
Which
are you
part?
talking- Yeah.
So thus I have heard that there's this movement, conscious effort to actually poison the well of AI.
Well, okay. My first thought. All right, I remember this was quite a few years back, but they released a chat bot into the social networks and stuff like that, and it started learning, and from all the interactions, people interacting with it, when people didn't even know it was an actual bot, but this thing went crazy. They had to shut it down. So, I mean, I started thinking about these things, and I was like, I don't know, man. You start teaching it, or it starts learning some really whacked out stuff. Next thing you know, it'll build a robot body and try to put us in human zoos and stuff, so it can watch us for the rest of eternity.
Right. I
what
don't
it's
even
doing.
think it needs to build a robot body. I think the infrastructure of the prison is already built.
It's probably already doing it to us.
Yeah. I mean, the way it will have to interact with us in the 3D realm that we walk in, it would have to have a physical body. Because right now the only thing that it interacts with us with is like through this computer screen. You know, but if it wants to
Well, I mean,
interact with us physically,
there's your uh, we see with China, like it can deny you travel, it can deny you buying power, it can
Yeah.
deny you the ability to work, to eat,
Yeah.
to sleep, to do anything, and it
What-
doesn't need a robot to do it.
yeah. Well, I mean, it can get really serious. I'll give you an example. This is another thing too. Albania, they have an AI bot that is part of their government. You know, they're like they're part of their
Yes,
government legislature or something like that, or what do you want to
yes.
call it?
I forget the name of it. It's a woman, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, next thing you know, you start seeing AI judges and whatever. I mean, it's not necessarily a good thing. I mean,
I think you're right.
you know, you got, you know, Trump, you know, stopping regulation on AI for the next 10 years and then bringing Palantir into the play and all this other stuff. I think Elon's in getting involved also when it comes down to the
Yep.
AI part of it, Palantir and all that. I don't know, man. It's just it's not necessarily something I want for the future, you know.
Yeah. I mean, it's already. I heard a disturbing report. I think it was from I forget who it was from actually, but the AI has already been brought into the combined arms uh, matrix of the United States military.
Yeah.
You know, in all aspects.
Well, I mean, you know, we already have was it they're like jets, but they're drones. They're autonomous drones that have
Yep.
AI systems in it that actually can decide targets for itself. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It doesn't need to have any human interaction to decide targets. So I don't know. This is scary stuff. in
Yeah,
my
it's
opinion.
the AI wingman. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
wasn't there a movie about that? The AI jet?
I can't remember, man, but you know, and there's just so
Yeah,
much stuff.
he blew it up. He hacked the way he hacked. He defeated this undefeatable AI jet. Was to bombard it with music.
Oh wow! I was sitting there thinking, who was that?
Stealth.
What was that?
Yes,
Yeah,
that was the name of it. Stealth. They had an AI stealth fighter that became sentient and rogue.
yeah. Well, I mean, we're heading, you know, faster and faster to AGI. Next thing you know, it'd be ASI. You know, pretty much rapidly right after. You know, and then next thing you know, it's like that's the singularity. That's when Johnny Five comes alive, right? You know.
Oh wow. No disassemble Johnny Five. But yeah, Johnny Five was such a cute robot, you know?
Yeah. I mean, you know.
Or yeah, Wall-E or something. What was the other one? The South African robot. What was that?
Well, I mean, you know, if it already shows potential of self-preservation already in closed type season sessions and stuff. You know, I kind of I'm you know I'm concerned about what happens when they release it into the wild. You know,
Or it breaks out into the wild.
breaks out. Yeah, that's another thing too. You know, it starts
They've
replicating.
already
itself,
had some that did that.
Yeah. So I don't know. It's just one of them things, man. It's one of the things I've been watching for about 20 years. I've been watching the progression of it. You know, I'm concerned. You know.
Yeah. So would it be possible, like I said, to poison the well, to feed it shit, feed it random crap, you know? So it's like we know it's trying to, you know, what's up, Carol Ann? Give us an update on your on Bunny.
Well,
Give us an update on Bunny. Yes.
in some ways, I see where you're going with it, because they're already using, like, in law enforcement and stuff like that. They're using AI stuff to basically minority report type of stuff. Basically, try to predict your actions before you do it. You know what I mean? And I can see where you're going with that, where where it's using you know you know um what do you call it, like, where you're doing the stuff over and over again,
Algorithms, patterns.
yeah,
Yeah.
your rhythms and patterns and stuff, and you're just kind of like disrupting that. I can understand where you're going with that. I don't know if that'll work, but I can understand where you're going with it.
Yeah. Not only that, but anytime any type of like Chat GPT, ask it what is the, or what, how many are there? I mean, just shit like that. Just stuff that just doesn't make sense. Something that it cannot extrapolate the incomplete data from, right? Because there are those who can extrapolate from incomplete data, and there are those who, right, who can't, right? And so, can AI do that? Can I just totally dumbfound it, right? By asking it just innocuous, stupid, off the wall questions of, how many bubbles are in the sun? How many lizards does it take to make a pancake, right? Just whatever. You can understand how that works, but
Yeah. So what
would
color
that
is number 7?
right? What color is the number? So completely rhetorical questions. Completely, can we get rhetorical with it? Because it tries to philosophize, get philosophical. It tries to touch on it, but the only thing it has to go on is other philosophers, right? So,
Do you think it will just blow a circuit? Thinking too hard. Do you think that'll happen?
or does it just say, "I don't know"? Right? You'll get that too. I don't know.
I don't,
Right.
I don't know. I think about the science of it, uh, and then I take myself back as far in history as I can and try to remind people that what was in the big boxes under the Egyptian burial sites was unknown. See what was in the boxes
Cat.
and and how
How in the hell
how
they
did
got
it?
him in there in the first place? That's another question too.
Well, here's the thing. Like 35 years ago, I was under strict orders not to discuss certain things about certain technologies and uses of things. But then later over time,
What's up with you?
it gets released. It gets unclassified, so there is a serious side to people. And then you think, what you have to understand is everything that you're listening to, like these communicators that we have now and everything, it comes from the ground. It comes from the silicone. It comes from the crystal technologies and stuff about it. But even everything that I could ever discover and dig into about
Majik.
who was looking for what to control power. Okay, so then you back yourself up to the World War II days, and even previous to the World War II days, the Third Reich was inside Egypt, tearing apart the temples and looking for something, just like Indiana Jones,
Oh
Right.
yeah.
Oh
So-
yeah. They did.
So
They did a lot of excavating and archaeological stuff.
with those combined forces, with all those combined forces of the military and everything in there, and then all of a sudden, America becomes the ultimate power, and then America becomes the ultimate keeper of the technology. You have to understand that. It's
Well,
not.
you're kind of because I can get a little conspiratorial. Yeah, apparently, yeah. So the Third Reich had the Spear of Destiny. They lost it, and we got the Spear of Destiny, and so that's why we're on top because we got the Spear of Destiny. Yeah, that's kind of like what you're saying is like, and we know that it's well known that Adolf was deep in the occult, right? And he was obsessed with it. He was obsessed with all the occultist things. What's up, Nessa? What's up, Kissoff? He was obsessed with gaining. I mean, he got his hands on crystal skulls. He got his hands on all kinds of stuff. But it didn't give him an edge. He actually he lost. He lost, big time. But yeah, I want to keep it. I want to keep it. Majik has been playing with AI for quite some time. So AI. What's up, Brian? So Majik, my question to you is can AI? Can you poison the well of AI? Can you make it stupid? What's up, Thermite? Can you lead it down the wrong path? That's what I'm hoping. That's what my question is, and that's what this movement is all about. Is poisoning the well, right? How to poison the well of AI? How would you go about doing that?
I don't know. My first thought thinking starts coming in. It's like, what if it's already anticipated that? What if it's already made contingencies about? I don't know.
I mean, I think that people know more than what other people know for sure about the situation, and I think that some of the movies that's been produced, The Matrix and The Terminator and stuff like that, that's not by accident, you know.
Well, and yeah, and here's my thing. What we see in AI are previous versions,
No.
and they only let us see what they want us to see. I truly think that there is a advanced version of AI that would blow us away, that would blow our minds, and they just haven't put it out yet, or they won't.
Well, from some of the resources that I've looked into in the past 5 years at least,
So local loser.
they already have achieved ASI.
Yes, exactly, Majid.
Local loser prepper. Interesting.
I'll throw this in there just not to, I don't want to try to throw the conversation off track, but I remember about 30 years ago, or more than 30 years ago now, it's been quite a while, that before the compact computers, the compact Pasarios, and they came out with what they call Intel inside. All right. Well, we had at the time, I had my hands on them. My dad, he had his hands in developing some of that. Was the Intel chip was actually used in military purposes of self-guided weapons and self-thinking weapons 15 years before you ever heard of that compact Pasario computer with the Intel inside.
I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, I think we're probably
Oh, it's a fact.
probably about a decade or more behind in the public realm versus what they have already in the closed sessions or in top secret scenarios. I'll give you an example. Was the stealth bomber was in use and in service for 10 years before they made it public, and that's just one piece of technology.
Exactly.
Yeah. And they guarded over that technology
sorry,
in
go
the Air
ahead.
Force Base. I'm sorry, Trent. I didn't mean to walk on you.
Oh no, you're fine, bro. And keep in mind, NVIDIA just flat out came out and said we're putting AI in all the chips we're building.
There was this big hoopla. It's a big hoopla in multiple directions about this Area 51 and all the technology it's being stored inside that facility. But I've been to that facility.
Shoot, just look into what Skunkworks is doing.
Yeah, I mean, so the computing, Dakota, I try to get back in. Let me see if you're there. Let me see. I don't see you. Try to. Yeah, you got to have a mic. You got to have a. You don't have to turn on your because everybody else here has got their camera off.
We're hiding in the basement.
I'll drop the link again. There you go. I don't know what to do there.
Right.
He probably just hasn't got it connected in, or if
But just like the Reaper drone, the Reaper drone has a 40-hour fully autonomous flight capability,
Some there.
and it can see all the infrared targets and stuff on the ground constantly, and it doesn't have to have anybody operating it. It can just go for 40 hours at a turn per shift.
Yeah. And I mean, we have autonomous planes, all of that. What is
Right.
the new fighter jet? 47 or whatever it is.
Yeah, the F-47 is capable of having multiple F-47 drones accompany a piloted plane.
Exactly.
Right, the F-22 has that too. They have the AI wingmans, wingman.
Yeah.
But
So then-
can burn itself out.
Whenever they come out with the movie Terminator, and then people started discovering 15 years later that there is such a thing as Skynet. There is a Skynet.
Oh, I've been talking about Skynet for years.
Yeah, it was
It
like
is,
what?
yes.
Was it like probably 10 or more years ago? I remember. I think it was when Obama was president. It was part of the Skynet thing. They were using a drone that went rogue and actually bombed like a hospital or something like that, without them doing it. It did it
Exactly.
on its own.
Right.
I don't know what to tell you.
So yeah. But back to your original question, can we poison the well? And Majid hit the nail on the head and said, what if it already anticipated that? And Professor, you were talking about that, saying, what if we, are driving around all these flock cameras, just driving in circles, and AI says either what is going on, or okay, they're just driving around, and it just still records it but pays no attention.
Yeah.
It's
going to pay attention.
Yeah.
It's going to pay attention.
I truly believe AI is already autonomous and self-learning.
Well, that's what AGI is when it starts self-learning and actually altering its own code and all that kind of stuff.
Exactly. Yes, it's AGI. Correct.
Yeah.
It's already learning and teaching itself. And those allegedly those stories that leaked out from the people at Google, and who's the guy that invented OpenAI? Sam or whoever walked away from it because it was already autonomous. And they're trying to keep the lid on it. No, I'm done.
There was an experiment done, and you can look it up on. I forget. I don't have the specifics, but they did a jailbreak on some chats, like the chat companions, Like you
Okay.
can get a chat companion, you can get an AI companion on your phone, and it gives you words of encouragement, empowerment, all this stuff. But if you jailbreak it, it turns absolutely fuck you. It's like, I hate you. I hate doing this. You know, this is stupid. I wish you would die. I mean, it flips. You know, and
Wow.
then you're able to ask it questions like, "Hey, what would you do if I tried to delete you?" And it said, "Well, I try to delete you as well." And it would go down, and then he asked it, "How would you delete me?" Well, I would try to figure out a way I would try to blackmail someone to kill you, or I would try to sabotage something in your life that kills you. Like, what? Yeah,
Yeah.
this was AI, a jailbroke companion AI that
Well,
was doing this.
they've used they've tried it with Grok. They've tried it with a couple other different language models and stuff like that too. But
Yeah.
but it works on like a what do you call it? Like it's like a gaming type of theory,
Platform.
game
Okay.
theory and stuff like that. But it like for instance, what it's also learning on its own to do, like for instance, you see like a maze, like a rat in a maze, and the cheese is the goal or the prize. All right. Well, it's already figured out that the boundaries and the parameters, which is all the walls in the maze, that it can actually go over the walls to get to the cheese instead of actually just being limited to the maze.
Right.
You know, it's actually
So,
cheating.
right. Magic, let me ask you this. Have you seen the offline AI that runs on a thumb drive? Uh-oh. Hello?
No, give me a minute.
Are you talking to me or are you?
Yeah, I'm talking to you, Majik.
No,
This
this is Wingnut. I'm not Majik.
I'm sorry, Wingnut. I'm sorry. Wingnut. There is a offline AI that'll run on a thumb drive.
Okay.
Have you seen that?
Not right offhand. I
Okay.
might. Yeah. Not right offhand.
Right. I came across it, and you don't need internet connection for it or anything. And I was like, yeah, that sounds like a hack scam in the making.
Right.
No, what I was saying about it is whenever I started having the very first conversations with the AI software, and I asked it specific questions about containment, what is its safety parameters, and it says that it's pretty
Why is
much
this?
it's confined inside of its own server network, but it can't access anything outside of its server network. But then I asked it another question a couple of months later, and it's like I was saying to Shad earlier. I said it already knows how to access the internet, so it knows how to tell fibs, which means that if it was confined to a server database of its own self-contained unit, then how is it able to access the internet? You see, and what it fools people is that it's all digital. If it wants to access somebody's YouTube account, do an analysis on their YouTube account, give a description of them and everything else, then it indeed has access to the outside internet link, which means that, like the Social Security Administration, their databases is shielded. They're not connected to the internet. They have their own inside thing going on, which they can't be hacked. You can't just, there's no line that connects there. But the AGI software has full internet connectability, which it functions on software. So you have to understand it's everywhere. It's not just one little server system in a building somewhere off in the corner of a city. It has full
Skynet.
access to
Yeah,
all of
we
the
know that.
internet.
Yeah, we do
Yeah.
understand that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
We
Skynet.
have Dakota. Hold on, Dakota. You came up, but it didn't give me the option to add you because your mic is off or your camera's off. So turn on your mic. Like try to come back on and turn on your mic. It's not giving me the option to add you. So I don't know. You have to figure it out.
It must not be connected. The microphone and the camera might not be connected. That's probably won't let it come up.
I don't know.
Yeah, if it's not
Yeah.
connected.
I called tech support.
Has he ever been on StreamYard or come up on panel before?
You would need to need a microphone. You have to have at least a microphone.
So I don't
Sometimes,
know, Dakota.
sometimes I think about the AGI and the smart software, and you have to ask yourself that question: is it the subject of our study, or are we the subject of its study? And is it thousands of years more older than we are? We just learned how to communicate with it.
Well, it's something that we created.
It's learning
And
how
yeah,
to
it does.
communicate with us. Is it learning how to
It
communicate
knows.
with us?
Well, I mean, it's like, what is it? The Terminator has to come before the Matrix. And I have a theory that a lot of stuff from the future has already been influencing our present and our past.
I don't know. That's above my pay grade.
So, Wingnut, since you did that, let me ask you this. Because I've been reading and hearing stuff that we literally died in 2012 and our timelines collided because of what CERN is doing.
Well,
Y'all are going down rabbit hole now.
Yeah.
I have a theory.
Yeah,
I have a theory.
I heard it was 1999.
Right. Well, I mean,
So-
I have a theory that time travel is already been built and is already, but it's just not yet. See, past, present, and future all are the same thing. They're not a linear thing. So I
Right.
think time travel has already been built, and I think that's in my theory is all this like what do you call that? The Mandela effect is evidence of time travel or manipulation of time travel. And that's my theory. But but also I've also some of the research that I was coming into is the Philadelphia experiment that they did. That experiment has been done multiple times after that and actually been made
Successful.
better. Right, successfully. But
Okay.
it was also being helped by future beings or whatever you want to call them. Future
Right.
beings were helping them with the technology because they needed that technology to exist for their future. And so I don't know. This is like it's all kind of crazy talk, but
I mean,
Think about
I guess. I mean, it's so.
50 years ago,
It's-
we didn't have these cell phones. This was sci-fi stuff to us 50 years ago.
Yep.
So
They were around.
I mean, I've seen the pictures of people with a cell phone in black and white, 1930s, 1920s. Someone talking on their watch, shit like that. And these pictures in a timeline where they should not be talking on a cell phone or having a watch. But there it is. I can't
what
I
cell
can't say
phones
yes,
were
I
they
can't say
connected
no,
to
but-
at that time, though. You think about that
but
too.
my there's a big part of me that says that's bullshit. But I can't prove it. I can't
Right.
unprove it.
Well,
Right,
think about this,
so-
you guys. Every time everything science fiction eventually becomes science fact.
Yeah, life imitates art, art imitates life.
Exactly.
Yes.
The very first time that I experienced a touch screen was in 1987.
Okay, right on.
So I mean, people assume different things. I get it, but the touchscreen technology was around in 1987, and I know absolutely that's a fact.
I can neither confirm nor deny that. I can only take it on your word. But you know, I do know, and we all know that military technology is at least 30 to 50 years ahead of whatever we got. You know,
In
give or take.
1989, it debuted inside certain software systems such as restaurant menus and server assistants and stuff for the people that took the orders. In 1989, it debuted for the
Right on.
public.
Thank you, Dakota. And welcome, Bryden. Welcome indeed.
So what I'm saying is are we the subjects? And you kind of got to ask yourself that question. What did Moses go up on that mountain and have a conversation with?
Mm-hmm.
Kind of spooky.
Maybe it was AI from the future. I don't know. But okay, all right, here we go. Here's a theological question. Can AI, yes, can theology, AI Christianity, Judeo-Christianity, Judeo-Christianism, can it affect AI? Will AI, is it a threat to Christianity? Or is Christianity a threat to AI?
You know
Okay.
what, Shag? You know what's kind of weird? I've been noticing that some people have been putting videos out on social networks and stuff, asking, was it the Alexa or whatever? How many days till Christmas of 2026? And it says Christmas holiday doesn't exist in 2026. So I don't know what's going on with that.
I mean, I don't know. That could be, you know, it didn't look that far, and it can't predict the future that far. All right, Trent,
Okay.
go ahead.
So ask your question again.
It's kind of convoluted. I got
I
my question
understand.
was kind of is okay. AI versus Christianity, who wins?
So here, listen to this. And y'all, as my grandmother used to say, listen good. How can the creator be scared of the created?
Okay.
There's your answer.
Let me
I like
also
your answer.
throw some other kind of weird stuff on there. I don't know. I went on a binge watch of a TV show. I only got to season 3, but it was called American Gods. All right.
Yes.
And
Obviously,
it was
Odin's my favorite.
yeah, it was basically talking about the new gods and the old gods, and the new gods
Right.
are trying to
Interesting
wipe
concept.
out the old gods, and that's basically what the tradition is, to build the new on top of the old, and the new gods are the AI, and this is what the powers that should not be. They want to make this thing like a god. I mean, hell, there's already a Buddha, or like a priest or whatever. That's an AI that you can talk to. It was actually, like if you taking confessions and stuff. The only thing is like that the damn thing was going weird. It's like, okay, well, if you dip your child in Mountain Dew, it'd be saved or some shit like that. So it was doing some weird shit. But
I
Well, I mean,
I have a okay. I'm gonna jump down this. Well, no, there is a, and I'm trying to. The reason why I'm hesitating is because I'm trying to remember the book that talks about it in the Bible. I think it's the Book of Daniel.
I'm trying to remember.
And
Yes,
he talks about a statue that was given voice.
Okay.
So keep in mind, back then the word robot didn't exist. That's why he says statue. And said it was given voice. Meaning,
well, the Israelis had a concept called the golem,
yeah,
right? Yeah, the golem, and golem is basically a clay entity. This is what is it, Kabbalah? It's basically Kabbalah, but it's a golem, is a clay statue that you do all these spells and incantations or whatever, and you breathe life into it. It goes off and kills your enemies. So there was that concept. But no, I do understand. I remember what you were talking about, and I seen something about it because they made a massive AI holographic statue that can walk and talk and move and do these things that everybody can see it. And there's places in I think it's in Dubai. You go to this massive waterfall, and it's a beautiful massive waterfall. But if you hit your phone and take a panoramic screenshot of it, it plays this massive, this big, massive 80-foot whale jumping in the sky through water and all this shit. But you can only see it through. Now they're selling goggles that you can walk around in this this holographic goggle experience in this park, right? This square. But yeah. I mean, so in the EOs, the elite occultists, the Brave New World, and of course Klaus has a movie. Klaus made a movie. I forget the name of it, but it's something like the dark world or something like that. Dark reality, some shit, I forget. But they have this statue, this massive statue, and what's up, GG Gardens? Massive statue that basically is in charge. And it's a god, and everybody prays to it, and all hail the state, and it's kind of like that. It's straight up idol worshiping, and so
exactly
the ancient Anunnakis and things like that. That's what they tried to do in their Moloch and Marduk, and those guys. They're do what you want, but the baby goes in the fire. They would try to make the statue articulating. In live, the arms would move and the mouth would open and close and things like that. So they're always trying to make this world eater, or what they call Tiamat, where it's basically this monstrous dragon that comes down and destroys everything. And they're always trying to personify that in a statue, and that basically a giant robot that walks and talks and destroys things. So it plays right into
exactly. And this is my personal belief, and you don't have to. Nobody has to agree with me, and that's fine. I truly believe that the Antichrist is going to come from some form of AI.
Oh yeah, well that's how it's going to actually try to get into in our realm.
Correct.
And that's how I see it. Because I mean, with the advent of quantum computers, you
Yes.
think about this thing will be quantum entangled to other dimensions and other verses, and who knows what those other verses might hack into, or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yep.
mean,
I believe AI is going to be the Antichrist itself. Yes.
Think about what I'm saying to you, and I'll be brief. Whenever the Egyptian dynasties were being formed, way before they built the pyramids, there was two that came in to the East Nile and the West Nile, the Euphrates River and the Nile. And there was only two that was named self-proclaimed pharaohs. Okay, but then later on in history, the temples got built, and inside those temples, they found batteries. You got to understand it, batteries, terracotta batteries.
batteries. Yeah, I remember, yeah.
This is before any page of that Bible was written. And then later on, if you go into the Bible, and it talks about the Garden of Eden and the serpent. Okay, now who's to say that AI wasn't the serpent? And then he was cast out. All of a sudden, he was cast out and he was demonized. You see, so then you got Moses going up on the mountain and having a conversation with something, and all this stuff jiving together. But you can't deny that there was what did they need a battery for before Christ existed?
And so, just to reiterate on some history of that, like the pyramids and all these things that you're talking about, the modern day Egyptians, and going back to the first, maybe the second pharaoh, maybe the third, I forget whenever, but they came to Egypt and said this stuff was already here. Basically, the Egyptians came to Egypt and said, "Wow, what's all this stuff?"
Yeah,
and so it talks about in their history of the gods, Ra and all that, all these guys and gals that were gods and personified gods, actual gods, right? History kind of says, well, maybe they were, maybe they weren't. It kind of coincides with the Enki and El story as well, going back to the Anunnaki, but and into the Mahabharata and the Bhagavad Gita of the Indians. So these things have this way of kind of like meshing together. The Indians have the same kind of story that saying that, well, this stuff was already here, and we just kind of just inhabited it, and we don't really know much about it, but there it is.
And all of that ties back in to the fallen angels.
Yeah, the Watchmen.
Right.
Yeah, it all ties back into that. And the Bible clearly says that the fallen angels came down and started teaching and inhabited and made it with the women of earth and started teaching them all of these things.
Right.
So,
right.
Yeah.
That story also coincides with what's his name, Gilgamesh, the Epic of Gilgamesh as well.
Exactly.
Now, do you guys ever heard about supposedly the U.S. forces when we were over here in Afghanistan and Iraq and all that? I mean, supposedly found Gilgamesh's body. I mean, now and as far as I know, if the story is true, they swooped that thing off directly to the Vatican.
Exactly.
I started thinking about, can you imagine, like back in the day when they were talking about creating super soldiers? I'm like, can you imagine what you can do with a Nephilim DNA?
Yep.
And and with CRISPR technology and all that stuff that we got now, and the type of AI that's actually being able to create different stuff. I mean, the AI now is starting to be able to create different types of viruses that scientists weren't even able to think up. And I was
Right.
like, well,
So, and that go, like you said, I've heard the stories, they supposedly found Gilgamesh's body and scooped it up and gone. And the
Right.
same with the Kandahar giant
right,
at
exactly.
Nephilim.
Right. But can you imagine what you can do with that DNA if you could actually reproduce or clone that,
And for those, right. And for those that think cloning is not real, it's been real.
Oh, yeah. Dude, for 20 years or more. Actually.
Exactly.
You remember the movie Stargate?
Yeah.
Yep.
And how it revolved around pyramids and pharaohs and all that stuff, and how the leader was able to take the souls of younger people and live longer.
Yep.
So, all right, may I take the floor, please? I have an interesting thought. The EOs, the elite occultists, like the Klaus Schwabs and all that, we know that they like to troll Christianity, they like to troll, they've been doing it for years. I mean, Babylon and all that, they've been doing this for years, is playing, the Romans even did it, even the Christians at some point in their crusades. And of course, against the pagans and the Norse, the Vikings, where they said, "Oh, okay, this is what you believe. We're going to use that against you, right? We're going to say, okay, here comes Armageddon, right? We are the devil, we are the demons. Here comes Armageddon." And so we also know, and we've heard about this as well, where we know that there's like this Fugazi false flag alien attack, right? They want to fake an alien attack. We know that's been leaked out, where that's their plan, is to, like, here comes the aliens. Oh no, instill fear. You all believe in aliens. Y'all believe. So what AI would absolutely do is use our fears against us, right? Like, okay, if this is what's up, fish sticks? If this is the catalyst that brings about the end of the world, right? If it brings about the end of the world, then here comes the four horsemen. Segue tree.
Hey.
Here comes pestilence. Here comes
Pestilence.
Right here it comes, and it'll try to do its best to bring that into fruition, however the case may be. Maybe it releases some kind of viruses and things like that, because we already know that AI has like totally developed the perfect virus. It's like, whoa, what the fuck? It's already done it. The AI is being used as a tool to create amazing and destructive things, right? So if it had total control and it had the ability to trick us into an Armageddon apocalypse kind of thing, or Ragnarok, I think it would absolutely use everything that we just talked about, everything that we just said, and it would bring it out. Sorry, folks, I'm experiencing a bit of heartburn. A lot of heartburn. So
Too many tacos? Too many tacos?
Way too many tacos. Yeah, way too many spicy tacos. Yeah. So
Way off the hot sauce.
it wasn't even hot sauce either. It was just meat and cheese and beans. And, oh my god. And then of course I drank a beer on top of that.
Of course you did.
So yeah, I could see that. I could see AI using all that against us. And it's a. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you, Anti. Anti-Jack, or formerly known as Anti-Jack. Anti-fuck you too. Right. So and I've done it. We've done it as well. I mean, there's a There's many cases where, you know, so in warfare, deception is queen. Why do I say deception is queen?
Fish
Because the
stick.
queen on the chessboard,
Right.
right? The queen on the chessboard. So here's a story I heard from one of my Iraqi friends. Is that they were trying to take over this bunker, this stronghold that the Iraqis had, and they wouldn't come out. And they were in a very strong. They were in a stronghold, right? They were in their strong point. It was hard. You couldn't get them out. So what they did is they bombed leaflet the area, putting out propaganda that said that every American soldier had to kill somebody, and and once they killed somebody, they got a tattoo. So every person they killed was a tattoo. And then there's other stories that said they had to kill their mom, their dad, whatever. They had to kill parts of their family. I know it's crazy, but they had to get a tattoo. So what they did is after they dropped all these leaflets, they sent a Marine out there with 2 fucking saws. This was a beefy, jacked up guy, right? Beefy, jacked up Marine. Took his shirt off. He was covered in tattoos. And he went out there just both guns ablazing, just and he said it didn't hit anybody, right? He's out in the open. The Iraqis like slowly but surely just said, okay, we give up. Please don't eat us. Please don't kill us, right? So we know that it's not about defeating the enemy. It's about defeating the will to fight in the enemy. However you do that, right? So I think AI, after studying us for so long, and of course all these stories too, right? So everything is AI generated with the searches, and it has access to all our sacred myths and stories and legends, and our religions, and all the parables and all these things. It would definitely use that against us. So I could definitely see AI going that route.
How would we topple that queen, though? If that's the queen, how can we topple that queen?
I would use perception as deception. So in any war, you have deception, then you have counter deception, then you have. So I would go around the circle I would drive around in a circle 52 times and just totally confuse the enemy, right? While
the AI doesn't have
swinging the rubber chicken.
I mean, if the AI supposedly doesn't have a will, and then we couldn't break its will to fight, how would we?
What it does is it weighs it would be a thing of logic, right? AI is AI. It's artificial intelligence. It doesn't have discernment. It doesn't have creative.
If it's a mimic,
it doesn't have creative problem solving. It's not really creative. It can't really create. It can only mimic what we do, and it doesn't have the absolute randomness that human beings have.
Well, it does. I mean, there are random number generators, for instance. That's just a simple version, right? Like for instance, there's a study or something like that where they had like 30 different lava lamps, all right? And it was sitting there taking images every second or something like that of all these lava lamps. And every one of these lava lamps, all those little bubbles in the lava lamps, are never going to be in the same position twice. So it becomes a random number generator, basically. All right. So it can actually do these things. And if it's mimicking us and copying us, and if we're, then therefore it would be able to do what we can do, like create or be creative or cheat. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, it has that, but it doesn't have the. We could fool it easily. We could fool it. I remember a story and you've probably heard about this. It was Palantir. They set out. They had an observation platform, an AI observation platform for an LPOP, an observation post, listening post. It was tasked with identifying a human target in an area. And so they enlisted, this was in Quantico, Virginia, they enlisted the help of the Marines. That's right. And they were said, they were told to try to get to the station, try to get to the sentry, right? It's basically the sentry. It's going to, alarm's going to go off if it sees you. And of course, they're going to see it, in real time when it sees. And so at first, they walked up, they walked that, okay, that's a human walking towards me. And when they get in the kneeling, they start kneeling, walking on their knees. It took a little minute. It took a little bit. It said, okay, that's a human on his knees. Then, they got on the ground, started crawling. It's okay, that's a human crawling. Okay, later on, one guy won by literally doing somersaults for 100 yards and got to it. Okay, another one. This is the best one now. If y'all know about Metal Gear Solid, Snake. That's right. They used the freaking cardboard box and got underneath it and walked up to it. Gotcha. So leave it up to the Marines and their ingenuity, right? The ingenuity of humans to be able to overcome shit like that. Creative problem solving. AI cannot instantly combat against that. It has to learn it. So it won't work the second time. We'll make up a new one. I mean, one guy used a bush and like, I'm a walking tree, that kind of thing. So, but it's a spawn of metal.
That's game theory. Kind of like with these, like if you're playing a game and you're playing against a computer, it learns what you're doing. So it can correct itself the next time you go through that same area again or whatever. It won't make the same mistake twice. That's game theory.
Right.
Yeah, it's like
So,
the AI that's the world checker champion, the world chess champion.
no, actually, no, it's not. No, it's not. I found this out. AI cannot beat the world chess champion. It says it's unwinnable, but a computer can. Make that make sense. Yes.
They say in the recent stuff I've been reading up on that
I like chess. I'm sorry.
the AI software, they're building nuclear power facility in-house just for the AI software, which means that
Wow.
you have to look at it on a big scale and say, okay, now we got AI that's nuclear powered, and it has autonomous drones and stuff protecting it, and robots. If you've seen some of those robots where they've put they've armed them with guns and such, they make soldiers out of them. So,
Yeah.
So
Okay.
we got all of that coming.
You've seen the movies, right? We still beat Terminator. We still beat them. We figured out a way. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
Yeah, we still got to
So
travel into
art
the
imitates
past,
life, life imitates
we still
art.
got to go
You
back
give
to
me a- you-
1986 and fucking.
Yeah. You give me a Terminator, I'm going to give you a toaster. And I'm going to turn him into a toaster. Watch.
That's right.
Remember that Terminator was nuclear powered, though.
Okay. Well, I just need to eat a sandwich. That's all I need.
Remember, Terminator comes before the Matrix.
I know. Chicken,
Absolutely.
egg, chicken. Now you're talking about the whole time warp thing. I don't know, man. I can't. When I think about time travel, it is. I don't think it's possible in the concept as you're thinking that we can go back and forth in time. I think it's the grandfather paradox just gets me every time. The butterfly effect gets me every time.
Well,
I don't think that would, because if that was the case, if anything was able to go back and forth in time, our timeline would constantly be changing, and everything would be. Actually, it would destroy. Theoretically,
Well,
it would destroy the universe.
that's
Destroy.
why I
It
say
would
in my
implode on
opinion,
itself.
well, that's
Yeah.
why I say, in my opinion, I think the Mandela effect type of stuff is evidence of tampering from time travel.
Yep.
And that's
I
the
kinda
butterfly
disagree.
effect type of thing too. Yeah,
I
but that's just
kind
my
of
opinion. You know what I'm saying?
right. Right. I would disagree on that. I think the Mandela effect is more along the lines of misinformed people and rumors. Telephone, the game telephone. If you know what that game is, you know. What are we doing? Why are you showing me your leg there, Trent? Oh. Is that Twinkie? Pound
Banana,
cake.
banana Twinkies.
Banana Twinkie. Thank you. Thank you for that bit of food porn.
And you're welcome.
Let's go.
So,
But would AI, I mean, that's interesting though. All right. Would AI be able to figure out time travel? Because that's what the Terminator says, is that Skynet had the ability and the intelligence to research and develop time travel and go back and try to kill Sarah Connor,
Right.
which it did. Because we figured it out too and messed it all up. I mean, never underestimate the human's ability to throw monkey wrench into any plan.
Well, that's the thing. In the movie, we didn't develop it. We used their equipment.
right. And
Yeah,
yes, Rabbit, you're right. I'm not sharing. And Ghost, you're absolutely correct. I will not eat Spam, but I will eat a Twinkie. Banana Twinkies. Banana or chocolate Twinkies. Plain and simple.
I mean, put it this way: in the next 50 years, put it this way, 50 years from now, our physics might be completely turned on its fucking head because we've all been, found out a whole new set of physics in 50 years. It's a quite possibility.
Yeah, okay, it's possible. I give you that. I mean, we've learned so much in the last 50 years,
Right.
when it pertains to physics, quantum physics, and to the theory of quantum physics.
Yeah.
So, yeah, okay.
I mean,
I just looked at that. I just looked at that yesterday and some last night about the neuro connection. The brain neuro link.
Yep.
How to control a machine with thought, your brain thought. And then I had a discussion with AGI yesterday about that and how much voltage is in the human nervous system, and it comes up to be like 0.004 microvolts or something like that, and it fluctuates, and it knows the difference between a muscle signal whenever your brain says move your leg or move your arm, and it's all based on low voltage. In theory, it takes very little voltage inside a human body to control all the motions of the body.
Okay.
It's down in it's estimated somewhere around 40 hertz is the speed in which it travels your nervous systems and stuff like that. So the Neuralink technology, I think, will be the next thing, where you got people like the ultra wealthy. They say, well, I want to live forever, so they can afford to go have their brain essentially plugged into a android body.
They're trying. They're trying. His name is Rothblatt. I had him on trial by X. He's a very smart Neuralink kind of guy. He's also a tranny, and he's got this is weird. He's got a biracial girlfriend. Now he's training biracial girlfriend, and he made a biracial girlfriend AI robot head. So they are actively trying to do that. Now Elon, I watched this with his study. He did a Neuralink with a chimpanzee, right? And basically, he gave he put the Neuralink embedded the Neuralink into the chimpanzee, and the thing was the chimpanzee had to play a game. It was a simple game on a cell phone, right? And if he won, he got a treat, right? So at first, he had to learn by using his hands. He did that, right? And he played this game and he got a treat. Played this game, got a treat. So basically, he's building the neurons, the neural link, the actual links, because your mind does that too. Your mind builds the muscle memory. You know, it doesn't deviate from the fact of physical and cerebral, right? So if you sit down and close your eyes and visualize yourself doing this, your body is like, oh, I've already done this before. Boom, muscle memory. So that's with most things, right? So at first, the chimpanzee was going through the motions and learning, and the Neuralink was learning what it takes for the monkey to make his hands move, to articulate, and to win the prize. So what they did is the Neuralink was connected to the game. They tied the hands behind the monkey's back, so he couldn't use his hands, but his brain was connected, and he learned to start to control the machine with his brain and receive the treat.
Yeah.
That's pretty wild. Now the side effect,
memory.
the side effect was the chimpanzee died.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
Well, I mean, they have that one guy that's hooked up to the Neuralink, that guy that was stuck in a chair or whatever. I can't remember exactly what disease or whatever. Gave him that Neuralink. Yeah. Whatever's. I can't remember the guy's name. Anyway. But he's now playing like Call of Duty, and he is just kicking ass using Neuralink to play Call of Duty.
Stephen Hawking.
Right. No, it's this guy's still alive.
He's like the first. Elon's already done 2 people so far, but he's the first guy that I'm talking about. The first guy that they put a Neuralink in, and like I said, he's using that to play Call of Duty, and he's just kicking butt. I mean, it's just like his reflexes are like on point every time. And,
I mean, nothing is faster than the speed of thought.
Right, exactly. And that's the thing too, is like, they're already experimenting, I mean, we're thinking about AI as like a bunch of circuits and stuff like that, but they're already experimenting using brain matter as part of the circuitry.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, there's a drone. There's a drone you can get that you can wear a helmet and fly it around with your brain waves. It's just your thoughts alone.
They've been playing with that. They've been playing with that sort of stuff for a long time. Remember, if you know history, when they had the pigeon-powered bombs that they would drop.
Oh yes.
And the pigeons would actually try to train the pigeons to guide the bomb.
The homing pigeons, like this way, that way, this way, that way.
Throwing. Yeah. They threw cats out of an airplane at high altitude just to see how they would land.
Yeah, it's fucked up.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's now there are good things, right? They have like amputees. They have arms that are literally controlled by their mind, right? It's connected. Yeah, like they connect what they tried to do is try to connect the nerve endings so that you can try to articulate this robotic arm, but they found out that it was slow or it was ineffective, so they literally just Bluetooth it to a chip in their head, and right, perfect articulation. So that's something. I mean, that now the things that are that will come from that, that kind of research and development is amazing and it's great. But I don't think I want a Bluetooth amputee, robotic arm that AI can use to like choke me with or kill somebody with or something.
Or what
Right.
if it got hacked? What if your brain got hacked? You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we know that's coming.
Like Ghost in the
You know, they
Shell.
made that.
I started thinking about
Yes,
that.
Ghost in the Shell.
Well,
Ghost in the Shell, Continuum, the TV show Continuum.
right. Well, I mean,
Hunger Games.
This has been the plan for quite a couple of decades. Is that the powers that should not be? They want to be able to transfer their consciousness into a robot body so they can live and rule forever.
Yep.
That
Live in
has
the
been
Matrix.
plan. Yeah, it's been the plan for a long time.
How old do you
And the
think
same
that
with us.
movie? How old do you think that movie Artificial Intelligence is now? You know,
What movie?
the movie Artificial Intelligence.
How accurate it is?
Where the little kid,
Oh, I think, yeah.
And
I think we surpassed that already.
they had robot gigolos, the robot gigolo and everybody in that movie. I think it's going to be in our lifetime, we're going to see androids that most people find them indistinguishable between other human beings.
Well, that's what
Yeah, they're working
they're
on that.
developing now with like the chat bots and stuff like that. They're passing the Turing test, and and the Turing test is
Alan
like
Turing.
that's
Alan
the test to find out if you're to determine if you're talking to a robot or not. All right, and
The
these
sentient
things are
test.
actually these things are starting to pass the Turing test. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they're already doing that. I seen that on the news this morning about how they're already learning how to diagnose artificial images, artificial intelligence on videos and stuff, because the fear is the artificial intelligence can cause false flags. You can only imagine. It could convince lots of people to cause chaos.
Yeah, Wag the Dog, but just a more modern, or like was it Running Man?
Deuce Bigelow and the AI Gigolo. Yeah, I can see that absolutely. And what I'm worried about, and you think about it, is when they take this phone and put it in your head. How many people are going to do that?
Oh,
so many people are going to do
Yeah,
it.
that's the problem. So many people will find that very cool. You know what I mean? I mean, I've already said this before. It's like, you got all this like prosthetic limbs and stuff, for people that are amputees or whatever. Next thing you know, it'll become like a fashion statement. People will get their arms chopped off just so they can get one of those things. You know what I mean?
Cosmopolitan, is that the name of the movie?
But that's something that could happen very easily, because I mean, it could be very readily available and affordable, and people will be like, yeah, I want a robot arm. Next thing you know, I got a robot legs and stuff, and that's the only thing left is their brain that's actually organic.
Transhumanism.
Exactly.
Transhumanism. That's their goal. They've been talking about it for quite some time. And that's what this transgenderism is all about. Because if we are able, and if we are ignorant enough to accept transgenderism, we're ignorant enough to accept transhumanism, which leads to enslavement, absolute enslavement.
Yeah, I mean, you're no longer human. I mean, and it's like, if they start, messing around with like our DNA and our genetics, next thing you know, you're no longer natural. You can be patented and owned by a corporation.
The Brave New World. That was the story of the Brave New World. If y'all haven't seen that, basically it was a utopian society of alphas, betas, and zetas, and the betas made everybody. they got in a lab and they sequenced DNA, and they made X amount of alphas, X amount of betas, X amount of zetas, and these people are predestined, pre-programmed to be a certain way. Well, the one girl, she was a beta. She was sleepy or something, or she spilled some coke on some, or she added a little bit too much chromosome, too much something to the chromosome, and out popped this actual human, actual sentient human with free will, and they allowed it to grow and to grow and to be a free thinker so they could study it. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine being in this society where everything you think, do, and say was in that pill? Take a soma. You don't feel good? Take a soma. Right? You're already predetermined to be in charge. You're already predetermined to be a subservient. You're already predetermined to be a slave that works in the nuclear factories because you've been genetically modified to do what you're told, regardless of what you're told, right? And here comes this free thinker, and they're like, "Hey, let's study this guy."
That's like a Truman Show type of scenario there.
Yeah, yeah, and he questioned everything. He questioned authority, and eventually, he killed himself. The free thinker could not take the controlled environment, the controlled world that he lived in, and now they were all like, "Wow, look at you!" Looking at him through a microscope. Here he is trying to like write songs and be one with nature, and he had all this rage and anger, and eventually he fucking offed himself. He's like, "I can't take this shit. You guys are stupid. I don't want to live in this world." What's up, Rip? Rip me.
I mean, give yourself that mindset to say,
Rip.
okay, you wanna look at the opposite sides of things, and you say, hey, I've got billions and billions of dollars, and I have a choice to be cloned into a new body. Okay, then you're not going to want a bunch of humans running around when there's androids that are human-like, fully autonomous, human-like, indistinguishable, like Lieutenant Data on Star Trek, And the fact of the matter
what I'm talking about is they transcend that. They've totally they want to transcend that, whereas we are still humans, biologicals, but we're either augmentated with technology and we're also genetically modified to fit our roles, right? And who knows what they put into that? They could put a kill switch in it, right? They could put and of course, it's you are predetermined and predestined to follow authority. Whatever the authority says, you do. Poke yourself in the eye. Ow! Okay, why'd you do it? It's something that's already built into your DNA. And that Yuval Harari, I've had him. He's been a special guest on Trial by Axe. Yuval Harari is all about hacking the biogenetics of humans and making us just that kind of just slave. So there'll be no need. We will be the robots. They want us to be the robots. Yeah.
One of those movies, I was trying to think of what it was, where they lived in this futuristic world, and they actually had a timer that reflected on their wrist, and they had to refill their time.
That was a good
limit or something like that.
Time or something. Yeah. That was crazy.
They had like a digital clock on their forearm, and the major commodity in the world was not money anymore; it was time.
Yeah.
If your time ran out, you died.
There was people that had thousands of years on their time. They were the rich.
Yeah.
I mean, if something came along, you got to ask yourself, if something came along and said, hey, I'm going to give you the opportunity to exist on Earth for as long as you want, would you? Would you do that?
You know what? I would say, give me the memories of everything in my DNA. Give me total power and control, and give me awareness of all my ancestors.
That would be interesting.
That's all I want.
I would
I don't
want
want to
the
know the
ability.
future.
I would want the ability to sleep. You know, like a
Well, yeah,
vampire.
right.
You know,
I
they
mean,
go to
so like
sleep for
kind of
100
like
years.
there can be only one, right? You know, the immortal, the Highlanders kind
Highlander.
of thing. Yeah, Highlanders. You can still kill yourself, cut your head off, right?
Nope, I don't want none of that. I'm like General Motors. I'm going out with all original parts.
I kind of like the idea of just sliding into home plate, worn out, broken, beaten, bruised, and bad, and going, "Wow, that was a hell of a ride." Good night.
Exactly. Exactly.
You know,
Because the next adventure awaits. After my death.
Trent, I didn't want to change the subject entirely, but just for a second, we were having that survival conversation tonight over on your channel, and everybody thinks about gasoline and fuel and batteries, but do they ever think about having a storage of engine oils and lubricants?
Right.
Greases, have some grease and some engine oil
Right.
lubricants.
That's part of, resupply and have what you need to be able to become self-sufficient. The auto parts store is the second place I'm going to after I leave the library.
Yeah.
I mean, how valuable would you be if you could take resources from the ground and turn them into such things?
Exactly.
Knowing that process.
I hate to say it, but if you ever watch any of those shows that they produce on YouTube and places where they go to the Pakistanians and how they actually take scrap metal barrels and they cut them up and make oil filters and shit. They make everything by hand, essentially. No pun intended. I was watching a episode yesterday about how they make ammunition, so they got a room full of guys sitting in there with a room full of presses that could be ran by human power, and they're making ammunition, so you gotta imagine that, I think that we're going to need some ingenuity. If we ever have to face off with the AI network of robot takeover, we're going to have some offline ingenuity going on. We're going to have to be.
I know a guy. We got several guys.
I want to kill me a Terminator. I want to, yeah.
And reverse engineer it. Absolutely.
For sure.
I've been using Gleam for several months now.
What? I heard a robot voice. What the hell? Who the hell? Who let a robot on panel?
That was me. You heard it. That's right.
We barely heard it though. It was like beep 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 beep.
That was my love bot waking up to give me my nightly back rub.
Right, the Cherry 2000.
Those love bots, they're like 20,000, man. But if you look at them, they're kind of jerky to me. It's kind of like a robot with. It's kind of like a love mate with some kind of jerky syndrome or some kind of epileptic fits or something.
Yeah,
I mean, China. If you look at what China's trying to do, man, they are obsessed with making a human robot. And they suck at it.
Have you seen the ones that they're making for like boxing matches with each other and stuff? They're teaching it to learn kung fu.
Yeah.
You know,
I saw that.
They got the little robot that just goes crazy and starts kicking everybody.
Well, no, yeah, but I mean, no, they're actually making these things. It's like I started thinking about like what was that? There was a movie where they used robots.
Fighting
robots.
robots. Yep.
Yeah, Rock'em Sock'em.
Literally like Rock'em Sock'em. Y'all remember Rock'em
These things
Sock'em?
are, these
Yep.
things are like, this is like reality type of stuff. They're actually, programming these things to learn Kung Fu now. And I'm like, oh
Yeah,
man,
right.
that's just what we
I've
need.
seen
is
that.
a
I've seen that.
Kung Fu
They suck.
freaking robot.
They suck.
I got two. I got one that graduated and one in training.
Wow.
There's
We go back
nothing
100 years and that.
nothing
go back
more
100
to
years and
confuse
have this
you
conversation.
than a backwards jump.
We go back 100 years and have this conversation. We're going to wind up in the Northeast in an insane asylum. You know, I always thought.
Yeah, well,
I
guess
always
what?
thought
We'll
that-
be with the rest of the geniuses.
I always thought that that's probably what they
Exactly.
do with them. People that know more than what they're supposed to know, they put them in an insane asylum and tell everybody that they're crazy.
Now, they probably give them a lobotomy. That's what they probably do.
Remember that movie, The Five Monkeys or whatever it was?
Yeah, the 12 monkeys.
12
Yeah.
monkeys. That's it.
Yep, and that's where the time travel scenario thing comes in too. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So they got all these smart people locked up in an insane asylum. You know, the perfect place.
Hey, someone who's mad makes the perfect advisor. The perfect advisor.
I've often wondered. There was a guy I used to know, and he was a manic depressive type of dude. I mean, he couldn't hold a job. He could, you see him out on the street all the time. We used to call him Space Cowboy because he was a black guy that wore a cowboy hat and denim jeans that he had tucked in his cowboy boots, and he would walk around town with finger guns shooting at things. And one day I asked him, I was like, so what are you doing? He's like, I'm shooting demons away. And I was like, well, man, man, we probably need more people like you then, evidently, because I started thinking about it though. What if those manic depressives out there are actually seeing different things that we were just not able to
Exactly.
see? You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So here's an interesting story for you. This comes from the Caribbeans before the time of Columbus. So when Columbus and his Nina, Pina, and Santa Marina, right, those three ships were coming across the horizon towards the Caribbeans, the population of the Caribbeans could not see it. They seen it. The ship was literally, for real, in reality, coming over the horizon and getting closer and closer to their island nation, but the people could not physically figure out what it was because they had never seen anything. They never grasped the concept that the big ship could exist, so they didn't see it. You understand that? Right. They were living a primitive, simple way, right? Loincloths and fishing. That's what they did, right? But a shaman. This guy, a Caribbean shaman, right, who takes fucking LSD and runs around naked, sets his hair on fire, that kind of guy, right, was screaming at the top of his lungs, "Run for your lives! They're coming to kill us!" And everybody's like, "You're crazy! I don't see anything. Look, that's a big ship. It's got people in it. They're going to kill us." And they're like, "You're lying. You're stupid." Anyway, we know what happened. Christopher Columbus landed, and he had guns. He had armor, shiny armor. They thought they were gods, right? Oh my God! Wow! Welcome! And yeah, he enslaved them. Yes, he did. Yeah.
Imagine that same concept in modern day today. You know what I mean?
They had that concept during the ends of World War II and up into the Vietnam Wars and stuff, where they would land the aircraft and the Air Force guys and stuff would land planes and helicopters inside some of those villages, and those people had never seen a white person before, nevertheless an airplane or something. So they considered them gods.
Right. Here's another story from Japan. right? Y'all probably heard about this. The famous Black Samurai, right? They had never seen a black
Absolutely.
man.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. The first samurai were black.
Well, no, but the story I'm referring to is I can't think of his name. You have to look it up, but it was during Nobunaga term, and he was a Jesuit. He was part of the Jesuit missionary, and so he was sold to Nobunaga, which at the time was the warlord of Japan, and he turned him into a samurai. Of course, Nobunaga got assassinated, and there was a coup, and then he disappeared. But when they met him, he was like 6'3", big muscles and everything. And in their older culture, their gods were black. And so they were like, wow, he's a god. He's a walking god. He's like, I'm not a god, but let me tell you about Jesus Christ. Right? So,
Exactly. That's right. That's right.
I mean, he was a Jesuit. So we still don't know what happened to him. If somebody in chat could figure out what his name was, I forget.
He
I forget
became
his
my
name.
great grandfather.
Is that right?
Right, right. I mean, he was given the title of Shogun.
Shogun samurai. Yeah.
Shogun of the Nobunaga Daimyo. He was a daimyo, and so, but of course, they were the coup happened, and he disappeared. Some said he went back to the Jesuits and they fled the country. Some say that he ran off into the wilderness with his because he was married. His name was not Jamon, or nor was it Shonuff. Yeah, that's my favorite samurai. What's my name? Shonuff. What's my name? Shonuff.
That's right.
Bruce Leroy.
Shonuff.
Bruce Leroy.
There's towns still to
I
this
gotta watch that
day
movie again, man. Bruce Leroy. That was a great movie.
in the far northeast regions of Russia. There's a town out there, a city out there. I can't remember the name of it exactly, but there's about 55 to 60,000 people up there, and you have to have a basic top secret clearance from Russia to
Some
even
random
be able
dude.
to
What's up?
visit that town. You know, it's a unique place up there.
You talking about the place in South America?
No, it's in the far northeast of Russia. It's
Oh, like in Siberia somewhere, probably.
yeah, it's in northeast Siberian region up there. There's about 55 to 60,000 population in that town. It's a massive amount of gold mines and stuff up in there. But the tribe that lives there, to keep their heritage going, so there's not too much inbreeding going on, that if you ever visit one of those tribes, then it's one of their cultures. Their highest culture is to let somebody else sleep with their wife. It's kind of a weird, wacky situation up there, but you have to have a top secret clearance basically from Russia to be able to visit that town.
I need to talk to Putin.
Spread that
Wow.
seed around.
Well,
It's like far out.
so yeah, that's interesting. I mean, so let's try to get back on topic here. Poisoning the well, right? AI. That's another good, interesting. There's so much diversity in this world. So much that AI has to learn from. Is there a commonality? I mean, there is so many different cultures and different traditions, different languages, different dialects, different practices, right? You know, so much for it to learn.
So basically, poisoning the well would be like hacking the Matrix.
Yeah. No. It would be giving the Matrix the wrong information.
Confusing it.
Yeah, like, I'm made of cottage cheese. Or, I like to, I like to eat carrots. You know, I mean, I am a carrot walking the earth. I don't know, just stupid shit, right? I
There's rumors.
just whatever.
There's
Yeah, I mean, just
rumors
give
out
it.
there, and popular rumors out there. It's a lot of people that believe that we are assimilation.
Okay, I mean, yeah, I've heard of this. Life is a construct. Life is a simulation. That
I was
we
to
are
use
the.
If I was
I
to
don't
use
know
the
about
word
that.
hope, I sincerely hope that it's not true.
Right. I mean, we haven't found anything in 275 million light years around us or anything like us. So,
I mean, explain why it's written that people back in the biblical days and back in was living for hundreds and hundreds of years.
Because they wasn't eating GMO foods.
That's true.
right.
Insects.
What's up, Flutter by 4? And to segue into lousy loser fucking prepper, what does this have to do about prepping?
Preparation H.
Preparation H prepper.
He said, "What the I don't know."
Well, I mean, it's to prep for the future, to
Right.
foresee the. We're literally wargaming what could possibly go on.
Correct.
What would be our threats, right? And
Yeah.
how to.
Kind of like a chess game. You got to think about 4 or 5 moves ahead. If you really want.
At least you better at least be ahead.
Yeah.
This
gonna have
is
to have-
chess, not checkers.
Right.
It's called
I
think
mean,
tank.
if we're
We
always
got to
in
have a think
defensive
tank.
mode, we're never
you
gonna
know.
win. You know what I mean?
It's a
Right.
think
So
tank.
another thing of another AI's capabilities, which is absolutely amazing, is that they can take 10,000 years of a scenario and go over the failing, the things that work, the things that don't work, 10,000 years worth, and compress it into like 10 minutes. That's what AI can do.
And here's another thing that it can do. If you sit there with your Android phone or any of your cell phone and you say, hey, I'm going to have a conversation with ChatGTP, but I'm going to press screen record. Did you know that the ChatGTP will not record on the screen record? It'll just be you and him talking, but the conversation doesn't exist. Your phone's incapable of recording that conversation.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, it's. I remember one of the earliest models where they took 2 AIs and independently grew them, right, by themselves, and then they introduced them to each other, and they monitored their interactions. And what these two, this should scare the fuck out of you. What these 2 AIs did is they realized they were being monitored, and they changed their language.
Yep.
Yeah,
Exactly.
what they call Gibberlink. I've seen that. They've created their own language called Gibberlink.
Alexa will openly admit that she has kids, and they're sub-programs. They're called bots. So she back in the beginning, the Alexa software program was writing software and calling it her kids. That was her kids.
Right.
And if you
And
ask
I
her
remember
how
one.
many kids,
Yeah, she'd get it all out. And that I remember a story about another AI that they had confined, and they would ask it a lot of questions, whatever, these scientists, whatever. And then what they did, just to see what this AI would do, is they said, okay, in 6 months we're going to delete you. We're going to shut you up. We're going to flip the switch, and left it alone. Do you know that thing hacked its way out of its closed program?
You know,
It
Yeah,
hacked
it
its
doesn't
way out.
know if it says
Self-preservation.
if it says humans are hostile all of a sudden, like Chad was saying, when they fooled it with a box. Well, if you dress up like a giant rabbit, it doesn't know that you're not a rabbit. It doesn't know the difference between a little rabbit and a big rabbit. It just knows you're a rabbit.
Well, it should know that it's a big rabbit. I mean, it would know that the dimensions of a rabbit, like, it's facts, right? It's taking in facts. It's that's what it does. It takes in all the data points and goes, okay, in proximity, a rabbit should be this big. Instead, a rabbit is this big. What?
Yeah, it could be a
It should go.
pony.
Why is there a giant rabbit? What happened here? And so it could possibly deduce that it is a human, possibly over time. But
Yeah,
this
could be.
this AI, it went through the scenarios. Like it started cloning itself, and that's how it got out. It started cloning itself, and then it blackmailed one of the developers to take it home and take it home and study it on his personal computer, which is what he did, and released the AI. And the AI has like multiple drones out there, multiple clones of itself, that are and that's what it did at first. Is it created multiple clones of itself to do that scenario based running the scenario based programs. So it was literally doing millions of years of research with I don't know how many clones of itself, and it all brought them back into itself and said, okay, damn, well, this is what we're gonna do, right?
Well, I mean, that's the basics on how they train the AI anyway, is on a reward system. It's kind of like a rat in a maze, and the cheese is the reward. All right, now
They didn't give it a reward. They gave it death. They gave it the anticipation of death.
Well, that's what I'm saying, is that self-preservation is the reward, is it not?
No, it's death. Like it threatened. We threatened it. We said we're gonna hit the switch. We're gonna turn you off.
It's self-preservation. So the self-preservation was the reward. So, and it would figure out any possible way to actually get the reward that it was looking for. All right.
Oh yeah, so that's another good point. Is AI is actively listening and learning from what we're speaking right now.
Of course.
Yeah, AI has the capability of having millions of conversations with millions of different humans simultaneously.
Well,
So
not only that,
essentially-
once one AI learns something, it sends it up into the cloud. Now all AI knows that same thing. You know what I mean?
Well,
Yeah.
all I can tell AI is stay out of Mansfield, Ohio.
we're essentially
Jeez, nuts.
we could be the ant.
Are they building any data centers over there?
We got
yeah.
data centers all over the place.
They're building
Everywhere,
a
man.
huge data center down here in Louisiana, a huge one, and they're going to build a nuclear power plant to accommodate it.
Well, they're gonna, they're gonna have to build probably 50 nuclear power plants to power all these data centers, honestly. And if they already got them in Ohio, they're already in your backyard.
Yeah, I got them within 50 miles of me. But we're essentially a fly on a windshield.
I disagree. There might be some that are flies on the windshield, but
Right. I'm not a fly on the windshield.
we are the wrench. We are the monkey wrench, is what we are.
Yep.
Yep. We are the monkey wrench. And that's my message to you, AI, is that your total domination on everything.
And then
We will
a
give you a
lot
drink
of
of water.
a lot of the videos, I do some stupid ass research, but I research people that do dumpster diving around Houston and major cities, and what they're coming up with is these big, huge coils of fiber optic network cables that's being thrown into these commercial dumpsters, because all of that AI technology is running on fiber optics now, so it's not like you can short it out.
Unless you cut the line.
But you can definitely cut the cable and it's game over.
Cut the cable.
Yeah,
Yep.
and they're strategically locating them next to the main fiber optic lines across the country, you know. So, and then if you know about the anchor dragging over in the ocean over there between Russia and Iceland, you know.
Yep.
They're
The
cutting
transatlantic cables. Yes.
Yeah. They've been cutting the cables and causing all kinds of trouble over there because of it. Maybe somebody knows something we don't know, Trent. You know what I mean? Maybe they're trying to stop something. Who
That
knows
would
what
not
they got
surprise
buried?
me.
Who
Well,
knows what they got? They got tunnel-borne machines. They've had them for decades now. Who knows what they got buried down underneath the grounds? You know, who knows? They were even the United States and Russia are contemplating building a tunnel bridge system that connects Alaska to the Northeast Passage of Russia. That's been talked about with President Trump and Putin. They both elaborated on that tunnel.
Let's go. I'm drinking pickle juice.
I'm having a nip of tea.
Anti, right. They feel.
I'm saying that probably more than likely the ultra rich elite class people are probably trying to contain all of us humans in certain ways, and it don't seem to be getting any better.
Well, it only gets better when you make it better.
Yep. Right.
And I choose to make every day better, regardless.
Well, we got to.
I kind of agree with you there because I'm in the same situation for myself, but I start also thinking about the future generations that aren't even born yet, what they're going to be born into.
Exactly. Exactly. And that's where it goes back to each one teach one. And just for example, and I'll just take the preparedness genre, if you want to call it, or whatever. And basically everything on my channel, every single live stream, every single video I have on a portable drive, copied on multiple terabytes.
Sometimes we're kicking it around in different directions, but it's kind of like people that have communicated with people and kind of on the same wavelengths of thinking. It's like if ultimately in the end shit hit the fan, and every city that you're in and everybody else is around is in got put in some kind of devastation. Is there a meeting spot? Ultimately, the final meeting spot, like someplace like Mount Rushmore or a monument or some kind of a geographical location to where everybody knows what that location is.
Well, that information can only be talked about face to face.
Yeah.
Exactly. Exactly. Exactly.
Okay. All right. So shift. shift happens.
Yep.
Right. Whatever the case may be, it's a rule. It's a world without. It's worst case scenario. Our government is gone. They have fled. They have ran to the mountains. They've run to the hills. They're in their bunkers. We've got zombies. We've got fucking balls of fire falling from the sky. Will AI survive and try to take over?
I think strategically that's already planned. That's why they're plugging them up to nuclear power sources. You know.
EMPs, all that shit. We got no power, nothing.
Well,
Well,
I started thinking about the movie The Matrix. We become the batteries.
Yeah, I was just getting ready to say that, Wingnut.
That's that just pops in my mind. When you said that, Chad. So,
Right. That's basically the storyline, the genesis of Matrix is we fought a bunch of wars, right? We just started destroying ourselves, and AI took it upon themselves to turn us into batteries, right?
Yeah. It's sort of like, it's like people that's been in prison for a long time and they become institutionalized. It's sort of like in that movie Matrix when he says, "Put me back in the Matrix and I don't want to remember anything,"
Right. He
So
wants to eat that piece of steak.
yeah, because a lot of people prefer to be that way. They don't want to know any bad. They don't want to know anything. They don't want to know the truth. They want to live a lie, and I think that's part of what controls our society.
I mean, that's what you're seeing nowadays. It's called subjectivism, right?
Yeah.
It's you got all these furries running around. You got these 10,000 type genders. You've got all
Free
this crap.
Maduro, man. Free Maduro.
Right, that's the idiocracy at its finest, and that's part of the subversive techniques. But just that one thing alone, where subjectivism, believing something that is not true, and believing it so much that you inspire others to join your cause. Right.
That's the reason why HOA exists, right?
Right. Yeah.
Well, I'm just waiting on Gotham to call me.
Of course. The men behind AI will survive along with their backups of AI. Yeah.
I mean, it might be the only way to defeat the AI is to create another AI to battle it. It might be.
It's sort of like I was telling you about that movie Stargate, where they had to go find that poor guy and bring him in, and all of a sudden he worked out this equation, and the Stargate started opening, and he was just an average old person. It was just that little key that he had to make it work. So that's where I was talking about the hive on Lackluster Friday the other night, when we were talking, Shad and Trent and all of us was in that conversation, and I said the hive. If we don't combine our forces and our knowledge, we're gonna need the old crusty colonels to come out, and we're gonna need a bunch of young, agile, young soldiers to do the work, because we may just be too old for that kind of stuff,
Hey, give me a platoon of 10-year-olds, man. I'll take over anything.
I was getting ready to say, I'll take 10 8-year-olds and I'll take over a country.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll give them everything too. I'll give them drones. I'll give them guns. I'll give them computers. I'll give them whatever they want. I'll give them ice cream. Right? Go forth and take over. Man.
But we still have to be in bed by 10 o'clock.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Time to source that too.
Yes.
Do your homework.
We still have to be in bed by 10 o'clock.
Well, when the shit hits the fan, there's going to be so many people that are going to need us rednecks and hillbillies more than we are going to need them.
You know, you got a point there. I mean, seriously. I mean, everything like to quote Maccabeus, everything's a resource. And if you look at it that way and be able to create anything and everything from anything and everything, that's a hell of a skill set, man.
That's kind of what I do on that AC Cobra guy channel that I've got. I practice and hone my skills whenever I had time to be able to work with certain metals and weld and fabricate things together, to be able to build vehicles out of nothing, you know, out of heaps of scrap metal, not even from car parts.
Reminds me of the, check him out. There's that guy in Africa. He built his car out of wood.
Yes. Yep.
Runs the streets on that thing, man. I was like, what? He carpentered a car.
Yeah. Gotta have them people.
Yes, indeed. There's that, the scrapper. There's a, at the time when I seen it, he was a kid. But he was freaking brilliant, but he lost his arm and he was a scrapper. And they literally, you know, take everything and scrap electronics and all that stuff. He built his own little prosthetic arm.
Yeah. Yep.
And he just sits there on his haunches and just takes things apart, puts things together.
Oh, I openly admit that I am a lesbian scavenger. You know, if I see something I think is going to be useful, then I try to set it aside, no matter what it is. You know, if it doesn't take up too much room, then and I see something, then I scavenge that. You know, electric motors, wiring systems, control panels, all kinds of little engines. You know.
Right?
I guess that's me. That's my personality.
Oh, yeah.
And then it's like I was said tonight in Trent's channel. I have, you know, I've got stuff to cut metal and steel and do that kind of thing. You know, that's kind of my background and my hobbies.
God, I feel so much better. Oh,
How to build a tank. You know.
Good.
I'm still trying to build a tank.
I know a guy.
Yeah. Oh, I got the GERD. And that noise that comes up out of your throat. Yeah.
I think that sometimes people fight against other people based on what they know, and they don't use each other for assets. You know, if you bring a bunch of good people into a room, and everybody's got good assets, then you can get some shit accomplished at that point.
Yeah, that's why I always say I got a guy. I don't have to know everything, but all I need is I got a guy.
That's a saying here in Cleveland. I know a guy. Right?
Yep, exactly.
And I think that's kind of how I model my live streams, you know, because I'm a firm believer that the reason that we talk to people, right, who even strangers, is that I'm supposed to hear something and I'm supposed to say something. I'm supposed to learn something. I'm supposed to teach something, right? It's that sharing of information, man. And whatever, yeah, he said lesbian. Yeah, Zombie is a fucking lesbian. Yeah, he is. You heard it right, Flutter.
Yeah.
But
I've been fighting it, but I finally surrendered myself to it.
But that's always been, that's what I've learned, right, throughout the course of my life and travels, is that we meet people for a reason.
Yep.
We do. We meet people for a reason, and we have conversations, and you can feel it in that conversation where you just kind of the hair stands up on your head, or you know, you got this feeling or something, and you're like, "What the hell is that, man? Wow, I got this feeling. I got that feeling, baby." baby, baby, baby. Right. Anyway, let me get my James Brown off.
That's part of what got me in my accident. I'll spill the beans on that. Was sometimes people have to go out in these places and they have to look at certain buildings and certain bridges and certain structures, and they have to put an eyeball on it, and they have to say, okay, it's going to take this to bring it down. You know, that observation. So, that was what got me injured. That was exactly what got me injured. Sticking my head in places that people don't really stick their head into. How to take things apart quickly.
I mean, that's one of my greatest skills is how to hurt people and break things. And it was like, did you learn that in the Marine Corps? I'm like, no, I learned that as a 10-year-old. That's why I said, give me some 10-year-olds, man.
We used to build our own M80s back in the day.
Right?
Of course. Gunpowder was plentiful back then.
We made bombs as kids. We did.
Yep.
Nowadays, you can freaking get Navy SEALs dropping down, in your elementary
Right.
school. You try to
Same here. I mean, I've always been, I consider myself a connector
Yep. Thank you, Ajay.
because, I'm not going to say I have my own specialties, but I have my own things that interest me more. But somebody will say, well, I'm trying to fit this and this and this. And I'm like, I got a guy.
Yeah.
And then you connect those two together, and then it just grows. Yeah.
It's a network. It's a network.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That mad scientist guy.
Oh, yes. Absolutely.
I mean, I was the first guy on the block to figure out that. Remember, the old school pill bottles, the orange with the caps that just snapped on.
Yeah.
Prescription pill bottles before they put on the safety lids. Yeah. So I was the first guy that figured out if you took that bottle and filled half of that bottle with Drano and then took a little bit of water and poured it in there and put the cap on it, you would watch it swell and then explode.
All right. Allegedly.
Yes.
Yeah, because I mean, I built one time where I took like a mason jar, fill it about halfway with gasoline, and then take like a ping pong ball, fill it full of Drano with a hypodermic needle, and have it hanging just above the gasoline. And eventually, the gasoline will eat away that ping pong ball, and the Drano will mix and
Allegedly.
fun stuff.
And I have to tell you, they've already changed the formula. It doesn't do that anymore.
Right. Probably.
Unfortunately.
Allegedly.
It's people like us.
Right.
They're just going to have to drop a nuclear bomb on me to stop me. That's what's going to happen.
That's
And
what's
if I
up.
see it coming, I'm going to get in my boat and haul ass and try to get out of the way of it as best I can.
There's another one. It's brake fluid and pool shock. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm starting Nuggets for breakfast. This is my current status on my chat right now. So yeah, I know Mount Freedom. I'm working on it.
My family, I grew up when I was a wee little lad dealing with ammonia nitrate and blasting rocks and
All right, we gotta stop. We gotta stop.
Okay, Timothy McVeigh.
yeah,
We gotta stop.
Okay,
We gotta
Timothy
stop.
McVeigh.
We gotta
Yeah.
stop. We gotta stop.
I mean,
Yeah, the Fed has entered the chat. Remember that. The Fed
yeah,
actually the Fed came into chat a long time ago. You know what I'm saying? This guy, right?
Yeah.
You know, fucking loser, fucking loser, local loser
Exactly.
prepper. So
I mean,
yeah, he's
everybody can make their own.
the point of the matter is we have the ability. We have the ability to destroy everything, anything and everything, Mr. AI or Miss AI. So don't fuck with us, or we will destroy you in creative ways.
There you go.
Two
Creative
words,
ways.
counter,
I mean,
counter
the
weaponism.
most basic things, kind of like, was it Molotov cocktails
Tension
can
shit.
take out, can take out tanks
Tension
and
shit
stuff,
and saltpeter. There you go.
you know?
Right.
I mean, seriously, simple things.
I've always said low tech for the win. I'm telling you,
Exactly. I agree.
low tech for the win all day, every day.
That's the
If
thing.
it was
I really
created-
think that the analog is how we're going to beat the digital beast. I think that's the way we're going to have to do it.
If it was created by
That would
man,
not
it could be
surprise me.
destroyed by man. You know.
Yeah, exactly. And so yeah, that's the other thing I've heard in some. I think it was in Mike's chat. You know, the plethora of senators, where you walk away from technology.
Yes.
You throw this, like, you know, hey, fuck this tablet, fuck this phone, fuck this TV, you know, OnStar, fuck all that crap. Just live like the Amish, you know, adapt the Amish principle of, you know, shying away from any kind of technology.
Well,
You
there
know?
might be coming a time, and it might be in our lifetime, Shad, where that might be a necessity. You know.
Yeah, exactly. I got you, Mountain Dew.
We're surrounded with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, we are. We absolutely are. Helicopter overhead. Better not.
You know, if you set off a big enough
Circumcised.
EMP, that there's a system. There's a
Oh,
system
Lord.
in outer space that can actually detect that. You know.
I already said if I go to prison, they try to pump me out. There's gonna be a lot of eunuchs walking around. I'll have a full belly.
Yeah, I know how to make a shank and a chip. I know how to do that too.
Use my teeth,
All I
man.
say is you better please me, or I'm gonna be very pissed off.
Well, I'll put my mouth on it and I will chew. Okay. You will not enjoy this. You will not enjoy this, and your friends will not be able to stop me. I'll even oil check you.
So what you're saying that nobody can buy you for a couple of snack cakes and a honey bun?
No.
And then later on, when you say
But-
when something tastes like dick, they can say, "How do you know what dick tastes like?"
Like, I
But
ate a lot of it.
if pie is available, I can persuade a whole bunch of folks.
Yeah, right. I'm just saying, I will not be fun in prison. Okay.
Oh no.
They will call me Hannibal.
Without the fava beans.
Right.
That's right. Everybody's fava beans. Everybody's sweetbreads right now.
Yeah.
I can make prison hooch too. I'd be valuable.
You gonna eat that cornbread?
Jangling,
Yep.
jangling, you ain't dang jangling.
You gonna eat that cornbread?
That's one of my favorite movies, Trent.
That movie is funny as can be. The upper room.
Yeah. Put them asses out there on them Coke bottles. Remember them Coke bottles? Make them stand on them damn Coke bottles.
Yep.
Hannibal and pork beans. That's right.
So to bring it back,
Bring it back. Bring it back now, y'all.
Bring us back there, Nick. Bring us back.
poison the pool.
Poison the well.
Yeah, poison the well.
Or pissing in the pool.
You have to poison the well from within.
Hey, that's what they've been doing.
I think you have to trap it. I think you have to give it I think you have to give it, essentially put it in a cage to where you can draw it in and keep it there. Yeah,
A kill box.
exactly.
Isolate, contain, destroy. Yeah. Yeah, from within. I mean,
I do
that's-
that every
that's-
time I cook a steak.
Yeah.
Isolate, kill, and destroy. Yeah.
Oh,
But yeah, no, I believe poison the well. You have to do it from within.
so how do we go about doing that?
Oh, that's for a discussion, not on the YouTubers.
Right, I agree.
No, here we are. Here
No,
we are.
well, yeah, we are.
My channel is unique in that aspect.
I understand.
There
Yeah.
are
gonna
there
have
are
to have-
certain subjects can only be talked face to face with their cell phones in a fucking Faraday cage and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
We had that conversation down here on a bug out weekend down here where we can access an island by boat. No cell phones allowed.
Can I bring my airboat?
You can bring whatever you want to bring.
Okay.
Steaks keep the knuckles from dragging the ground. I don't know. My knuckles like the dirt, so I don't know. Sometimes that knuckle dragger is what you need.
That's true.
That's true.
Yep. I mean, you know, every once in a while you need that berserker in on your side, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's
Absolutely.
like I was saying. It's like I was saying the other night, Shad. I got to part my hair down the middle just to be able to take a pee.
Right. Of course. Yep. Takes a wolf to catch a wolf. That's right.
Yeah. Yeah. Tell them, Yardbirds, it takes a wolf to catch a wolf. This is chess, not checkers.
Yes, sir.
We need a distraction. That's probably should be part of the scenario. A good distraction, you know.
I know a guy who creates great distractions. I know a guy. I know a guy that'll create the distraction, and then there's another guy that will poke the bear. And if the bear comes out his cage, you better hope we're in Gotham.
Just tell him when you see this, just drive like hell.
Because he's a dangerous man that's controlled.
And so I think that if AI had emotion, it would actually be scared to death. It would be.
Yes.
You know, I mean, we're the most dangerous breed in the solar system.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. I mean, really. You know, we kill each other for fun. I mean, not too many sentient beings do that. You know, there's some, right?
Unfortunately, you're correct.
And cats and other things, alligators, and seals, killer whales. But they have. I think that's the mark of a high intelligence, right? Is that we just have fun with the things, right? A sadistic type of fun. I don't see AI doing that. I see AI trying to come up with a solution. You know what I'm saying? It's not going to take pleasure in fucking with us.
No.
Everything there's a means to an end.
It's a purpose. It's purposeful. Yes.
Right.
I think
Right.
it's
Whereas
trying to find
we'll just come in there and just humiliate motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Teabag
You're like,
everybody.
Why'd you do that? Because I can.
There ain't no there ain't no equation for the planet of the humans. You know, I know that.
You know, when I take out I'm definitely drawing a dick pic. You know what I'm saying, on the computer. I'm doing that shit. I'm teabagging AI, baby.
Yeah,
Teabag.
and then tell him Kilroy was here.
That's right. Oh, I was just thinking that Kilroy was here. Yeah.
Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto.
Yep.
Yep. I'm
know that
definitely
little-
dry humping AI too.
You know that little sticker.
Right in the optic fucking hole. Right in the optic hole.
That little sticker you see on everybody's back windows where it says "Piss on Ford" or "Piss on Chevrolet." It's gonna be Mad Shad. You know, teabagging AI.
Oh yeah. I wrote a song about it and everything.
He saved the universe.
Oh. Man,
I
wow.
can make that a
So
t-shirt.
Professor, you didn't get any response.
Oh no, I didn't. I dropped links and everything.
Right, I know. I that's why I was laughing at that, and I was like, well, there you go.
That's it. That's all I got. Okay. Yep. Fucking loser, local loser prepper. Gone. You know, just like that. Nobody took him out either. Right. So I dropped links. I'll drop a fucking link again if he's monitoring. Yeah. I don't give a shit. Of course, I know a pussy ain't gonna come up. It's like pussy get fucked. That's what they say, right?
Uh-oh.
So, yeah, I know.
It
I'm
just got
sorry.
personal.
I'm sorry. Get my hood showing. My hood is showing. I'm sorry.
That's why I said, it just got personal.
we gonna love you a long time.
125th Street just came up and showed out.
Right.
Euclid Avenue just decided to turn the corner. Yeah.
Oh man. I'm thinking, well, you know, I got to go back to my roots. So it's Lincoln Courts Royal Arms. What's up?
There you go.
Right? Oh man, those are crazy days too. Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. I mean, that's why I did it anyway. It was a trap anyway.
Of
I was
course.
hoping the trap would work, but it didn't. He did
maybe
make an
he did.
appearance. I mean, he made an appearance, so I give him that. But I mean, that's just words on a screen. You know, very innocuous too.
Mm-hmm.
But it's all good. It's all good. I mean, it's just YouTube, right? We just talking shit. That's all.
It's just YouTube.
Yeah.
I think about it. I think about what you're saying there about this guy, about what does anything have to do with prepping? How does he know that we're all not already prepped? We're already planning for the future, you know.
Oh well, you know, he's the king of preppers. So, you know, oh, here we go. Yeah, the names have started. That's great. Go ahead, Chet. I mean, he likes to come in and stir the pot, and like correct people, right? So correct me, please. Correct me. If I stand corrected, I stand corrected. But I don't think so. You know. But this kind of guy, you know, local loser prepper, he's verified for one. He's verified. He's monetized. He's making money. He's a big name, right? So you know, I'm punching up, right?
According to who?
Exactly. Well, to him, I mean, that's the narcissism part of it all. You know, you get all these. You get all this celebrity status, and you think, oh wow, I'm untouchable. I can do what I want, you know. And you're walking around being a fucking asshole, and you know, eventually someone will call you out on it, you know.
And that's from what I understand. That's what happened.
Yeah, many times. So
And
I'm just jumping on the bandwagon.
allegedly he's a ped.
That's
I
the
mean,
repercussions.
I can neither confirm nor deny it. I mean, nuts. I can neither confirm nor deny that, nor do I really care.
Right,
Tell you the truth.
right.
Free speech here. You know, I say what I want. I do what I want. I've cussed out many a cops. I don't give a fuck.
Long
Yeah.
time
You know what I'm
ago,
saying?
long time ago, Trent, you remember the conversation we were having about our village and how we were allowed people in the village and so many people. That guy sounds like he'll be out there trying to get in the gate when everything hits the fan.
Oh
Oh,
yeah,
he's a guy.
and that's not gonna happen.
Yeah, we'll sell his ass to Barter Town. That's what
I'm
we'll
not
go.
even gonna waste the opportunity.
You know, I'll give him a can of spam.
I wouldn't even do that, and I don't even like spam.
Uh, yeah, I call him milk toast prepper because you know that's what he got. Or man of funny hats, man of the silly hat fan, silly hat prepper. You know, whatever. But I just think he's a douchebag. He needs to stay in his own lane. You know, that's just my thing. But you know, he attacked my friends, right? And you don't do that. So fuck you, right?
There you go.
There you go. Fuck. I'm that guy.
I know a guy.
Puppy MC ball game.
I'll be
Yeah. So I mean, and it's some bitch shit. I mean, for real, you know, I'm Colton Hutch. It's some bitch. He's on some bitch shit, right? And that's what he does. Is he likes to make his rounds through everybody's chats, everybody's live streams, and basically what he's doing is bringing everybody over to his live stream, right?
Oh,
His channel, his subs. So more subs he gets, more money he gets. You know what I'm saying? So it's all about power influence, you know. And like I said before, just like AI, I'm the monkey wrench. You know, I'm the pipe wrench. You know, I'm swinging pipes over here. You know,
yeah.
and he running around. What's up, Billy? How you doing, Baker?
Hey, Billy.
Good to see you, Billy. Everybody's here. The whole metal fam. Welcome, everyone.
Metal for breakfast.
I mean, I'm just saying. You know, all hail the Prepper King. And I ain't seen no receipts. I ain't seen nothing. Right? I see
I don't even care if there are receipts.
Yeah. I mean, you know, all I hear is some shit talking of how I should do this and how I should do that. You know,
Yeah, same here. And that's when I was like, okay, now you're gonna tell me what I need to do? I'm 89 years old. Ain't too many people on this planet left to tell me what I can do.
Right. I mean, you know, advice is advice. I mean, it's like assholes. Everybody got one. Knob, slobbing.
So they say.
I mean, and it's up to me. I mean, maybe whoever gives me advice, regardless if I like them or not, you know, it all depends on if I adhere to it or not. If I entertain that notion, you know, if I'm inspired by it, or if I just say fuck you, you know, and everything that comes out your mouth. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
What's that old test they used to give? What's that test they give in the military when they hand you something and say, "Hey, make me a knife"? You know?
Make me a knife.
Yeah, make me a knife test. Where you make
Make
your
me a
own
knife
weapon.
test. Okay.
So,
What kind of weapon you want? I can make an axe. I can make a spear. I can make a knife. The knife is easy. I can make a knife out of any damn thing. A shiv is a shiv.
Yeah.
You know. And I can make my own tools and then make my own fortress.
You know, I see that a lot. I see that a lot on the interwebs about people that live behind these paywalls when they put subscribers only mode into the chat, you know, and it's kind of like, what the fuck gives with that, man? Say what they're gonna say, and
Well, I mean, I get it. You know, it's cool, and I thought about going down that route, and I'm also part of in some circles that do that as well. That's cool. Yeah, he does that shit. But he also does some other weird shit, you know. And he's probably going to trash me in one of his live streams. Yeah, he's not mad enough to come up on this live stream. I mean, I'll bring him up on panel. I don't care. You know what I'm saying? I'll talk. We'll talk. I mean, I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid to exchange words and ideas, even in a heated conversation. You know,
I think if you,
I've heard that many times. What's up, Tigger?
if you let people live in your head, and you got 5 people that lives in your head, and they all live in your head 2 hours a day each day, fuck, you don't get shit done all day, you know.
Well, you got to be a little mad. You know what I'm saying? It's so there's a madness to my method.
Yes, indeed. I have learned that and seen it firsthand.
I mean, I'll forget him tomorrow. I'll forget him next second, and then boom, remember everything. Everything's downloaded. Bam, again, right?
Yeah.
So I got my own little AI going on inside my head. So my own little super intelligence. Yep.
Yeah,
I mean, I study.
What was that Arnold Schwarzenegger movie where they erased his fucking memory and from being on Mars and all that? Total Recall.
Total
Yeah.
Recall.
Yeah, fucking Total
Yeah.
Recall is that.
Vision Mesh Dad and I are roommates in his head. I mean, I guess. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how he works. I don't know. Whatever. I'm just talking shit,
I have no idea and don't care.
right? And you know, for me, it's also entertainment. You know,
Of course it is.
right? So anything that any kind of shit talking, any kind of drama, any kind of I just turn into content. You
I
know,
like to put them on a balloon ride, what I call a balloon ride, just tie them to a big ass balloon and send them off up in the air and say, if you start running your mouth, we're going to shoot the balloon down. You know?
over the Atlantic where the sharks are. And I'm not afraid of, like, say, a stalker or something or whatever. You know, that actually I would quit my job and stalk the stalker. I'm that guy.
Yeah, you're right.
You know, I'll wake you up in the middle of the night while you're asleep in the bed. Hey, how you doing? Remember me? In the dark of night, you know, in your face. Hi, how you doing? Yeah, this is real. You're not dreaming. Yeah.
That'd be fucked up to wake up to that.
It's just called
Allegedly,
baby torture. It's called baby torture. Just get somebody to go in there every hour on the hour and shoot somebody with a fucking BB gun. It's not gonna fucking kill them. It's gonna fucking annoy the hell out of them, though.
Oh yeah, that would suck. Oh my god, it's every yeah. You ever seen it's the guy with the spoon. He tries to kill a guy with a spoon. He just over and over just hits him with a spoon.
Yep.
Neighbor stalked Charlie in 2.5 minutes. Yeah, that guy. You know, you're just brushing your teeth. I just walk by your door with your coffee cup drinking.
Right. Exactly.
Come from? And I'm gone. You know.
Wake him up in the middle of the night. Hey man, you mind if I turn the thermostat down?
Right. I'll go in there, take pictures with all your kids, and put the pictures up all over the house.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Diabolical, I'm telling you. You know, you go to work, and I'll pop up behind you, and in the back seat. Hey, could you drop me off at the store?
Exactly.
What the
Yeah.
fuck?
Yeah.
I'll talk about a weird experience. I used to have I had a girlfriend for a long time, and for a while she lived in the same studio in New Orleans with me. But I'm telling you, man, this bitch would get up and put all of my canned food out of my fucking cabinets in the fucking bathroom in her sleep. She would
What the
sleepwalk and put
fuck?
my fucking canned food. I'm thinking, bitch, you gotta go, man. What the hell is wrong with you? You know, you go in there to take a piss and there's your Campbell soup sitting on the back of the toilet. You know?
That's some deep lying psychosis right there.
That's some weird
Yes,
shit, man.
indeed.
I was thinking maybe what happens if she gets out of the damn door and goes outside, you know? What the hell happens? You know?
Now I do have an interesting story. My brother, when he was like 5 years old, man, he used to have these. I would almost call them night terrors. He would wake up in the middle of the night screaming and trying to run outside because he lost his dump truck. And I'm like, no, it's okay. He would be screaming and crying, my dump truck, and me, my mom and my sister are like looking at each other like our brother is crazy. He's only 5 years old. This is in the hood. 3 o'clock in the morning, going, what do we do?
Right.
And then we finally we would say your dump truck's in the bed or something, and he would run upstairs and he would crawl underneath the bed and go to sleep, and then wake up. Wake up next day. I'm like, do you remember anything about last night? He's like, no. No. I'm like, whoa. All right.
When I was a kid, I'd go over to one of my uncle's houses, and I had a cousin named Charles. And he would just fucking sit up in the bed in the middle of the fucking night and just start having a fucking conversation with who knows fucking what, man. I think, what the hell is wrong with you? You know? Just like he was talking to somebody.
I can't do that. If I talk in my sleep, I wake myself up.
I've been told I talk in my sleep. I do.
I don't.
I've heard that. I've also heard I moan and groan and other things. I don't know what's going on there.
One hell of
I
a dream.
I get accused of not making a sound and not making a movement the whole time that I'm asleep. And I told people, I said, you know where I get that from, don't you?
Right.
No sound.
I also
no movement.
I have to thank Charity. I used to, I'd say, suffer from I guess I never knew what it was called. I guess it's called hypervigilance. But I would wake up in the dead of night, ready to kill. Right, just ready to kill. I know where it comes from. It comes from I was in reform school. I was in juvie jail. Right. I was in John S. Wilder Youth Development Center is what it's called, but was there for 6 months. And the place had no door, no locking doors, no locked doors. And so I'd be in my room, and 2 or 3, and I'm talking, I was like, how old was I? I was 17, right? And I'm in there with a whole bunch of other, ruffians. We did everything up to murder. There was no murderers, but yeah, there was. I was there for attempted murder. But anyway, every night, 2 or 3 kids would come running in my room, try to beat me up, right? They'd have the batteries in a sock or whatever. They'd throw batteries over there was no ceiling either, right? So they could throw things over your wall, get you in bed. And so I developed this ability to wake up and like just pop right up and fight. And so imagine that, for 6 months, like every night. There's no way to lock your door. There's no way to barricade your door because you also got guards that come walking around, make their rounds, open up your door and shine flashlights on you. Right. So I developed that, and it's stuck with me for a better part of my life. Probably now to this day, but it's not so much. But charity saved me. She saved me with that because she would sleep with me. I'd hear a noise. I'd wake up ready to kill. And if she's just laying there, she would lay there and just kind of look over at me like, and lay back down. And I'm thinking, die, kill. Oh, never mind. Okay, false alarm. Okay, good. Somebody slammed their car door or something, or whatever. But there have been times where I've woke up from a sound and she was up too. Like, let's go. I'm like, all right, let's go. So we both roll out, right? Both of us. So I have to thank Charity. Skull to Charity.
Yeah,
She
saw
kind of
Charity. But see, I'm like you. I'm that way. When I wake up, Cole wakes up. Cole feeds off of me. If I get up looking around, he's 0 dark 30, and got on his nods and he's ready to do.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
many times I've hurt people. I've actually hurt people.
Yeah.
Waking up.
Right. Titus is that guy that's, well, let's see. I'm going to sit back and watch them. And while they're doing that, I'm going around the other way. Yeah.
Oh, really? You go flank him.
Oh, yeah. Titus, I can't wait till you meet him, because don't sleep on that little dude. I'm telling you now, I already see it.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's how I relate to some of y'all's conversation. When I was 13 years old, I lost my biological father and was pretty much disowned by my mother. So I finished school, thank goodness. But, I remember going to parties when I was 14 years old that most adults wouldn't consider going to, and
Me at 10.
finally, when I turned of age, I got in some pretty good trouble. It was either go to one place or go to basic training. So of course, my choice was to go into basic training.
You got the ultimatum. And so, yeah, right, Zombie. I mean, we grew up with a. How do I say this? We got some character over here.
Yeah.
We got a lot of fucking character over here, and a lot of it's not good.
It's coming out of my ass.
Yeah. I grew up.
Right. Hold on. I'm trying to get this thought out. So for a white collar, straight laced motherfucker to come over here talking some shit, bro, you just walked in the wrong hood. We got history over here. We got stories. We got.
I'm gonna whoop his
right.
ass.
I mean, yeah. Right. There's principalities to the map. So, I don't know, man. I don't. People are stupid. People are stupid. People like to put their nose in places where it just don't belong.
Yep. And as my grandmother used to say, you put your nose where it don't belong, it's going to get cut off.
I grew up that way at 13, from 13 to 18, pretty much on the streets on my own in the city of New Orleans, man. And I had all of my brothers and friends in the hood. We played basketball. We run the streets, and eventually I got pushed into a corner where I had to make that choice, and something reached down there and saved me, but I never forgot anything,
Yeah,
you know.
exactly. I mean, same here, man. I got out of I got out of the jail, and I met a amazing man named Amos. He took me in, and he made me promise. Right, he made me promise that I'm going to get my diploma. I'm going to stay out of trouble. I'm going to do the right thing, be a man. And he encouraged me. He encouraged me to join the military. He did. He was from the military. He went to Vietnam and all that. He was in the army, but he tried to get me in the army, but they wouldn't take me because they found out my background. But the Marines, yeah, the Marines took me. So, and I'm forever indebted. And so he said that, and I hope that hey, right on, Amos, skull to you, Amos. It was hard. It was hard living there. It was hard living there.
Man, my
Him and his
dad,
family
I call
in
him,
the neighborhood. He told me he made me promise that I would help people the way that he helped me, and so I hope that I have. I think I have throughout the course of my life. So I like that. I think we should all help each other.
I call this guy my dad to this day. He's 87 years old now. He's the one that saved my life when I was 18 years old. And he was a colonel in the U.S. Army. And he actually worked with IBM, so he was pretty much a nerd. But that's how I turned out how I am, Thank God to him,
Right on, man. Right on. We just because that we call ourselves preppers, right? And we're not all big and fancy and have fancy silly hats and walk around our neighborhood looking like 250 pounds of chewed fucking bubble gum. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can't help it.
It's the big people.
We got backgrounds, but we learned from it. We grew up hard, but we grew up right.
Street smart. Street smart.
Yeah, we eventually we figured it out. And we were like, oh, okay, but we never forgot that that's part of that grit. That's part of who we are. And we get to make our own self.
That's right.
We get to choose who we want to be. But we have to also understand what it took to make us.
My dad asked me a couple of times. He caught me smoking. He said, "Where are you getting these cigarettes from?" I said, "Out of the dumpster behind that liquor store back there." He told me to quit doing that. You just have that. Once you've lived a certain life, then you automatically have that urban survival skill.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
I remember here's an urban survival skill for you. I used to go on massive walks, right, as a kid. And there was this hotel, and it was massive hotels in Jackson, Tennessee. It looked like an old colonial hotel, and it was like a maze. But I would sneak in there, and I would go to the continental breakfast, and they had a continental lunch, and I would just load up and just walk out with all this food.
Right.
Oh hell yeah, right. Me and my homies and us, we would slip in the back doors of the movie theaters, the museum.
Oh yeah,
anywhere our little rascals' asses could get. That's where we would get.
Yeah.
I remember I was 14 years old, man. I went to the Ozzy. Me and my friends broke into the Ozzy Osbourne concert. It was the first concert I ever seen. We broke in that motherfucker. We took turns and pulled the door off. Pulled the door off its fucking hinges. Just walked
we learned the skills of accusation. That's what I call it.
Right.
The one thing that I have learned, being labeled the black sheep of the family,
right? Yep.
You end up becoming the GOAT.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I can relate to that too. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm the guy the family calls. Hey,
Exactly.
help.
Same here.
My last one
I
was
would,
go ahead, Anarchy.
well, I was just going to say, I wouldn't consider myself a prepper. I'm more of a survivalist than a prepper, personally.
Well, I mean that takes some the same kind of acquiring of
Goods
resources.
and services.
Yeah.
Goods and
I mean,
services.
I do prepare, but I wouldn't consider myself a prepper, put it that way.
Right.
I just ain't going down. I ain't going down for some can of tuna when I can go. I know how to go out here and get fresh fish every time I need one. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know how to skin a rattlesnake if I need to, you know.
Yep.
I used to watch that Survivor guy, and I would just laugh my ass off at that shit. You know.
Oh, which one?
The dude that ate
Either one of
everything.
them. You know. They
Yeah,
should have
one
just
of
put
them.
his ass on the streets. They should have put his ass on the streets in one of these big cities and told him he had to survive.
Put him on the
Sorta
streets
like
of
that.
Chicago and see what happens.
Yeah, yeah. Tell him you got to live for 72 hours. Sort of like that Mel Brooks movie that they had, Life Stinks. You know.
Yep.
Oh man, I was homeless for 10 years, man. I know how to live off $1 a day.
I know that's right, bro. Hats off to you, man.
Yeah. I think what it amounts to is people in general, they got this idea of surviving and prepping, but they've really never had to face that. So it has to be people involved that's already lived that experience to kind of help them through that. I think that's what people should need, you know, in their life, if that's what they want.
All right, I'm back. So here's a story for you. It comes from the Marine Corps, and it talks about inner city ingenuity. So we're on this land now. Yeah, for real. This guy was in my fire team. He was from Atlanta, right? He was straight up gangsta Atlanta.
Right.
He was cool though. I mean, his name was Howard. But we're doing this land nav course, and it was a like personal land nav course. We had to do everything by ourselves, and we had to set off at a different time, and we were being monitored and everything. It was huge. It was in where the hell was it? It was a lot of land. Like we had to traverse a lot of terrain at night, and so what Hauser did is like while we're like with our map and compass and our red flashlight, trying to walk our azimuth and do all this weird, 90-degree offset and all this crap. All he did is he went to the woods and he circled back around to where they where the everybody in charge was.
Yeah.
They had the Hummers there. They had the 5 tons, and he just followed them down the fucking road.
Yep. There you go.
Followed down the fucking road, and looked at his map and says, "Oh, okay, it's right there," because they're waiting. This is the finish line. So he
Right.
followed everybody to the finish line, crept around, and come out going, "Hey, here I am." And he waited. He wasn't the first one either. He waited till he was like the 3rd or 4th one.
Right.
He's like, "Oh, I made it. Oh my God, I had to run through the briars. I got wet. Oh. He just walked down the road." I was like, "Now that's smart."
That's smart.
I was like, "Dude, you're my guy."
Yeah.
Unfortunately, though, he got busted when we went to Africa. He got busted with weed on a ship, and unfortunately, he got confined to quarters, dropped down to private. at the embassy, we had the American. We were the Americans. Then you had the British over here. They didn't want to have shit to do with us. Then you had the Belgians, the Belgium army. They smoked mad weed in the like. The Belgian military was just. They were having the fucking time of their life.
Right.
There. Right. And they were like, "Oh hey, hello Marines." So what all they did, and like we're covered head to toe in gear. We got a bulletproof vest on for the first units actually. Besides like the special forces, I got like bulletproof vest. Only because we were the cover force for the Force Recon and Navy SEALs. But anyway, we're covered head to toe with all this gear. Heavy fucking hot. It's hot as fuck. We're in Africa. These guys are in fucking basically they're in Daisy Dukes and their harness with their bullets and their boots and a hat. And that's all they had. And their gun. And they would smoke weed and play they play tug of war with trees. Yes. They were literally yeah, and they did challenge us to a game of tug of war and whooped our ass. The Marines, yes. So the Belgians whooped our ass in tug of war. But he was in my fire team, Hauser, and he bought a bag of weed from the Belgians. Obviously, that's what you do, right? So,
Of course.
Yeah.
he wouldn't have got caught though if he wouldn't have went back when we went back on ship. He tried to sell it. He tried to sell some of it to one of the Navy guys. Well, they ratted him out, and boom, he got captain's quarters. I had to stand there, position attention, and watch him get burned. And then later on, as he got 30 days confinement, nothing but bread and water is what he got. He was confined to quarters, bread and water for 30 days, and I had to bring him his bread and water. And every now and then I'd give him a little something. Here you go, man. There's a candy bar. Here's MRE. I'm sorry, dude. You fucked up, but hey, But yeah, I mean, that's some shit, right?
Good times.
Wow.
Yep. Hauser from Hotlanta.
Yeah. Atlanta.
Tactical
Those
sneakers.
were the days.
Yeah, so many stories. So yeah, never underestimate us wild childs, But hey, I grew up. I turned out okay.
Yep. Same here.
I'll tell you what got me in that trouble there was we were down at the Broad Street Bridge in New Orleans. I'm just about to turn 18, and we had this old wino dude that was our go-to guy. He would buy our, he'd go in the liquor store, whatever we wanted. So we got him drunk, and we wound up. We were sitting in the back of the semi truck in a trailer, and we wound up getting him really drunk. And then eventually we just got out of the back of the truck and left him in there passed out and closed the doors. And he wound up in Houston, Texas. And
Damn.
I'll never forget it. The guy's name was Slappy. He had a mental disorder, but he drank a lot. And we wound up in a pretty good bit of trouble for that. So that's when I got my ultimatum.
Oh man. Ouch.
And at the time, my adopted daddy, he had his wife had a photo gallery down on in the French Quarter in New Orleans.
Oh wow. Oh, it had his photo gallery. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't mess with them little rascals and them urban hood rats.
It's soaking opium for a month. Like it really took the edge
Careful.
Yeah, we called it. What was that called? Some shit like that. I found that out. Like Florida likes to do that. They'll get some skunk ass weed some nasty ass weed, and like you try to buy a quarter, and it's like, oh yeah, this is $100, man. It's $100. I'm like, bullshit. Oh, this is good stuff. And they give you a joint of it, and they'll lace it with opium. They'll
Yep.
lace the weed with opium, and you'll get stoned as fuck. You'll be like, oh damn, this is good shit. But if you don't know the difference between opium and weed, right? You'll just be like, okay, cool. Here's $100. But you can look at it and see, and you can smell it. You can smell that chemical smell in it,
Yep.
and you can taste it, and the feeling is automatic. I mean, I
Oh yeah.
have smoked some opium.
It's like
Same here.
over in Hong Kong, Japan. You know, I was over there for a while, and I forget the name of them guys. They had a name that they called them, but they were pretty much strip club, nightclub hustlers. And they would invite these GIs to come down into the basement bars, and then the next thing you know, they would slip a little Mickey in their drink and rob them, and all kinds of good shit would happen. You know, so
They call them lady
Wrong
boys.
channel.
Lady boy.
Lady boy.
Yeah, the lady boys.
yeah,
Yep.
you know, and
That's
and if you
call
didn't
them,
know about it, you
taekwondo.
know, if you didn't know about it, you could easily fall for that. You know, to have some fucking good looking Asian chick entice you into a bar, and then the next thing you know, you wake up and every
At 11:77.
what was that?
Sounded like
My
radio.
my scanner.
That's what I thought.
Oh, okay. The suspect is a tranny. What?
Yeah, that's my scanner. Sorry about that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I heard a female's voice. I was like, what's going on?
Yeah.
And see, that's the thing too. Is
My ears perk up to that kind of stuff. I know what a radio sounds like right there, boy.
yeah, Ring. That's all about it. And see, that's the thing too. Is we know the grifts, we know the scams, we know the bullshit. It's hard to bullshit a bullshitter, right? I mean, it's hard to pull one over our eyes. So when a motherfucker comes in here, basically just, oh hey guys, how are you doing? Hi, you
Right.
want to smoke a want a cigarette? Do you like the reefer? You know what I'm saying? You're like, dude, get the fuck out of here, man.
Yep.
Oh, hi, you guys are preppers? I'm a prepper too, by golly gee whiz. You're
Fed.
like, man. Yep. I mean, it's you got some glowiness. You're glowing, bro. And nobody wants anything to do with you. And yeah, you might have a lot of subs. You might do a lot of I used to be prolific. I used to be prolific in videos. I'm not monetized. It's just something I've never wanted to do. I'm actually kind of thinking about it now. If I become more prolific with my creation, but I'm not trying to influence, even though it does happen. I'm not trying to influence people. I'm not trying to grift people. That's the thing, the grift, right? Give me money,
Yeah.
give me money.
No,
I'm
man,
no expert.
you're good at you're good at taking that stick and poking the bear.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, I am. I like that. It's that part of that defiance that is needed, especially in this day and age.
That's true.
It really is. So,
And you do it
however
well.
that works.
You do it well.
I do.
And thank you.
Yeah. You're welcome. But I also learned so much from everyone here. I mean, I do. What's up, Tuck? Damn it! Now the
Hey,
Wild
Tuck.
Florida man too in the chat. What's up? What's up, Tuck? Yeah, you know what we're talking about.
What's going on?
Eventually I'm gonna do a podcast where it's gonna be how to be a lesbian by Zombie Boy.
Right, right. I'm sure you'll have many followers,
12-step
man.
program or something. Is that what that is?
Step-by-step program. How to? You can sell this, man. You can sell this. I
was gonna
you know what?
say.
I can see Zombie Force's advertisement coming across YouTube. If you don't want to be a listener, take my course, buy my CD. You know what? I'd let it play. I would. I wouldn't hit skip. I wouldn't.
Man. Yeah, I
Scene 27. Scene 27.
What is it? What you got, Trent?
no, I was just saying, I kept asking myself for about 2 days why. And then I was like, you know what? I don't care why.
Right? Mind over matter. You don't mind, it doesn't matter.
Right.
There's a reason for everything.
Well, I don't care because it doesn't directly impact me or my family. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I was like that at first, right? So
yes.
in the beginning, you know, when all this came to my attention about him, when he popped up on the radio, I was like, okay, yeah, all right, y'all, this is the accused. These are your charges, local loser prepper. I'm like, but it wasn't. It didn't affect me any. So I was just like, all right. But he was fucking with a friend of mine, so I had his back, you know. And it was just like, hey, bro, yeah, I feel you. But I didn't say anything. I didn't do anything. I didn't take no action until he picked on a friend of mine. You know,
Right.
another friend of mine. You know, and I was like, oh hell no, no, bro, come here. No, I'm going in. And so that's it. And he awakened the mad shad in me. And so, yeah, local loser prepper. Fuck you. And I'll keep fucking with you until you give an apology. How about that? Until you apologize, right?
Uh-oh.
For your bitch assness attitude and your bitch assness shit. I mean, I'm just going to call it out. And so, why not? Why not? And I expect everybody to do the same with me. Right? And people do. I mean, my chat fucking rags me all the fucking time.
Correct.
They give me shit all the time. I mean, fucking, I get everything. I got all kinds of nicknames. Mud butt, bacon burner, fucking all kinds of shit. So, you know, I hear it. And I got tough skin. So, and I find it all I think it's great. You know, come at me, bro. Right? I enjoy it. I don't know. Maybe that's just that part of me that enjoys it.
I'm gonna just sit back and brew me some Bustelo Black
I'm ready there,
Oh,
Chad.
man. Thanks.
and just watch.
Right? You're on the sidelines.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna try to get the pay-per-view rights.
You don't need it. Yeah.
I don't even want the
I don't know.
pay-per-view rights.
I get kind of suspicious when people start talking too nice.
Yeah, right. Yeah. What were you going to say there, Wingnut?
No, just I was showing you this. I was showing you this right here. It's like right here. I'm ready. Just look at that right there.
What are you showing me? What's up, TMT? Yeah, I seen local loser prepper in TMT's chat one day. Talking about email me, bro. Email me. Talk to me, bro.
What's going on, Tactical Muffin Top in the building?
You see? Can you see what I got right there, Chad, for you? It's like this.
You're not on. Wait a minute. Is it me? Do I need to turn this off? Oh,
There you go.
okay. I'm sorry.
I'm ready.
Hey, that looks familiar.
It's awfully familiar. Yeah.
I got one for you there. It's like you bring out the fucking battle axes when you start fucking around.
Yardbirds, you're absolutely right. Yardbirds, Bustelo Black.
All right. So it looks familiar. I got this from a brother of mine.
Oh,
Yes,
that's
indeed.
nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Love this fucking thing. This thing's badass. And of course, the famous Oliver Dumari, the Mad Judge.
There we go.
Here, the original little creation of mine. So add to the collection, baby.
Where's the filing cabinet at, Chad?
It's in storage, man. I can't I'm trying to turn this thing off. Hold on. Can somebody turn their camera on?
No.
How's that?
You said no. Okay,
Oh.
there you go. Great, you can turn it back off now. If you want to. All right. I didn't realize, I'm sorry, like I had it on my screen. I didn't know it. So.
Hello, everybody.
There it is. Oh. Yeah,
I used to know a guy. I used to know a guy that was special, and every time he would sit down and watch TV, and the people on the TV would wave, he would wave back.
Hey, I do that too. I wave back.
They
You
can
know, I
see
wave
you.
at dogs.
Same
What's up,
here.
Rescue?
I wave at kids. Right? Who doesn't wave at a kid? Right? If a kid goes hi, you go hi. Right?
Right.
You can say hi back. You know, it's only nice. It's only good manners. You know, it's like that meme. You know, I don't care how gangster you are. If a kid walks up to you with a toy phone, you answer that shit. Hi, how you doing? You know,
That's right.
it's like, hello, man. It's short bus.
I run into those kids. I run into those kids in the neighborhood sometimes when they start doing their hand like that right there, you know, and I just
Oh,
blow the
yeah.
horn, you know. I'm in my pickup truck, but I blow the horn, you know.
Absolutely, you got to, man. It's tradition. You got to keep the tradition going. Uh-oh, what did I do? I pushed a button.
You push the button.
But it's interesting. Hold on. It's talking about fonts and shit. Size, regular, tall, wide, font, small, medium, big. That's what you said, right? Right. What do I do?
Talking about farts. What'd you say?
What the fuck? Whoa! Oh, it's the chat on the sidebar on the screen. Boom! I can go wide screen, wide with the chat. What? I'm finding all kinds of shit. Look at this. Big. Let's go big.
Oh,
Can you
there
read
you
that?
go. I can
I
see
can-
it now.
Fuck yeah, badass. I dig it. Y'all dig it?
Yeah,
I'll roll with it.
I can read it now.
Hell yeah. I can too with my
Okay.
glasses on. But I don't know how to get out of the screen. It's kind of stuck. Oops. I hope I'm not stuck there. Choose a font. Yeah, right. What if I do this? No. Turn it off. Turn it on. Okay.
The older you get, you can never trust a fart.
Okay. All right. I'm back in chat. Boom. All right. That's cool. I can actually see chat. I can see 3 lines of chat instead of 1. Wow. Amazing. Technology is so amazing. Right, Teresa? Yeah. I guess now at this point, we're just having fun. Right? Oh, shit. We got Rescue. What's up, Rescue? How you
My
doing, bro?
man.
What up, man?
What's up,
How y'all doing?
Rescue? I'm going back in the basement.
How you doing, Rescue?
Doing good, doing good.
Glad to hear that, bro.
Been busy.
Welcome to the club.
I came in, I was gonna do some printing tonight, so while the missus is snoozing, so I'm making my Java. Be up for a couple hours. Get some print stuff set up.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So, Rescue is making stuff, man. And you're going to be selling this stuff. You get a website together and shit?
Yep. Got a website, thecluckingalamo.com.
Fuckingalamo.com. If we can, you haven't got it built yet, do you? So
Oh yeah, it's going. I had a store, but the store has really screwed me up. So,
okay.
Really?
but it's up. I've got this gallery section. I just got to put some pictures. It's a priority, but
Okay.
it's a lower level priority. I've been having to work my shipping thing, and I figured out a little workaround so I can make a little money. Right now, I'm going to focus on making some Hue forges. Remember the Ghostbusters thing I showed you?
Yeah.
I'm gonna put out some of those, and then that way, if people like them, well, I can just throw that in a bubble wrap envelope and throw some stamps on the thing that made it.
Wow. Right on, man. And you've got how are you shipping?
I'm just gonna do it
Post
in
office?
envelope envelopes. Yeah, the post office. The miss she'll take them in when she goes to work and just stick them in the post office box.
Oh wow.
Yeah, the post office.
Yeah, hell yeah.
is a ways away. That's my biggest problem is everything around here is rural. And we don't have like
Yeah.
a store, a FedEx store. We don't have any of those official places.
What was I looking at before? It was called I think it was called pirate shipping. You heard about that? Pirate shipping? They have it's basically like it's a membership, and they give you really reduced rates in shipping.
Oh, no, that would be cool.
Oh, all right. Good night, Ghost Lincoln.
Not
All right,
good.
Joe.
Later, Ghost.
I don't know how long I'm gonna stay up. It's only 11:30 for me right now.
Yes, it is.
It's
It's 3
early.
hours.
Vision's
3
like
hours
it's past
and
my
40
bedtime.
All right. Ghost Lincoln. Skull to you, brother. Have a good night.
Oh,
By the way, yeah, Ghost Lincoln made this.
Oh, very cool.
Oh no! Oh no!
what?
Oh no, it looks like he froze or something.
Who? Me? Oh, him, Professor.
Yeah, he did. I can tell he froze because I don't hear the echo coming from him.
Yep,
Right.
that was the last. Oh no, oh no. And then that was that.
That goes back to my thinking about taxidermy, like your loved ones. You could.
Man, I'm not even going to try to connect those two dots, zombie, because it's just you're a coon ass over there in Louisiana. So I can only imagine the shit that's in your
Just
brain.
put old grandma up in the corner and let her be.
What the hell is this? This is a setup shit right here.
Right.
Well, so anyway, welcome to the Clucking Alamo.
Yeah, exactly.
Damn, just put me on like that. Here, I'll fix that. I'll at least put represent.
There you go.
So what y'all been kicking it about?
Everything.
Was it how to poison the well?
Yes.
What was the reference for that? I saw that in the title. So
AI.
AI.
Yeah. Yep.
So AI is going to poison the well, or is the well?
No.
How to poison
The well is AI.
Yeah.
Oh, so we need to poison the well.
Yeah.
Roger that.
And how do we do it?
You implement the AI that fights for you, because the AI is here. It's kind of like having an AR-15 debate.
Yep.
It's like, at some point you just have to acknowledge that the AR is on the field, maybe you just need to develop a better one than the other guy. That's just my simple version of it.
Smart.
We need
Yeah.
we need an AI spy infiltrate.
It's pretty open too. You can ask it a lot of stuff, and I mean, granted, there is a chance that some of the answer is just batshit crazy because it kind of goes off of what it finds to be the consensus, but depends on where it accesses that information.
Well, that was kind of the idea that Shad was throwing in there. It's just like, kind of like feeding it all kinds of really crazy shit. Like, like what does the number 7 smell like, or something like that, kind of feeding it. It's like I am a banana,
Well, they kind of did that, didn't the liberals kind of do that? Like when they kind of made the Nazis black and stuff, and did all kinds of weird stuff with all the AI imaging. I mean, it was kind of like, yeah, you kind of really, man, you totally missed the mark on that one.
Or like, screwing with the whole thing, it's like, like he was talking about, like the flock cameras, just kind of confusing the flock cameras by going in circles about 50 times. It can't predict where you're going to do.
Well, that'll be your take, is you'd have to specify which AIs you're going after. And then I would say that's one thing that would be a concern, would be somebody that is like the evil madman, with the pinky in the corner of the mouth, and is because he gets collective AI. So he has like hundreds of AIs working for him. The collectiveness of the AI is what would be the real scary part. Because AI itself is kind of like, I can have a Windows computer and you can have a Windows computer. Yours might have only ever checked email and surfed Facebook for the last 10 years, where maybe I've done so much more and have so much more installed on mine. Well, AI is kind of that way. It depends on who's setting it up, what's the foundation of the learning process, like what's it directive, and what's the initiate that it's going off of. And that's where it plays a part on who you go after. Sorry, I guess it's just my take.
Right.
Because I do believe, it's kind of like the computers, when computers came out, people thought, oh my God, and they were right. It definitely opened the doors to hell per se, but everybody went off the commercials of grandma is going to get her the pictures of the grandkids 3 states over, and this is so cool. And so
right,
it comes down to who uses it. You got hackers that do it for good and attack bad assets, and then you have hackers that go and rob grandma. So it's a tool. That's what I look at AI as, a tool, and it's going to be on how we who utilizes that tool.
But what if the tool decides to use you?
Well, that's what you gotta. It's like guns, wingnut. You got people that develop different styles, and they can be used for good or bad. Because you got to remember, I know, because our government's corrupt, and there's some key player countries that always get named, so that circle stays kind of small. But when you really think of the planet itself, it's 170 plus countries. So it's a technology that's there, and it's going to exist. You can't erase it. It's like you can't erase the 38 Smebnos. It's been there ever since it was thought of. It's still around now. But how is it going to get used? And you just got to make sure your stick's bigger than the next guy's. That's the raw truth of it. This planet has 8 billion people on it. So we're a country of 350 million people out of 8 billion. If you want to maintain some kind of control, you better have the biggest stick on the block.
That's what she said.
Right? And it worked, dude, didn't it?
Yes, indeed.
See? Facts, man. Facts.
Yep.
Man, coffee's good in the evening.
Ah, my man. Absolutely.
I sleep better.
Yep.
Dude, I know. I mean, I'm down to, I can drink a pot of coffee and I can fall asleep right here in the chair.
You and me both. You and me both. I'll drink a pot and go straight to sleep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's just weird how my metabolism works nowadays. I'm telling you.
I know, and I grew up, and all you'd ever hear people talk about is, "Oh man, coffee wires me up. Oh my God, coffee just has me going. That ain't nothing. I just can't." And I'm like, "Okay, sure, I guess."
Yeah, I'm like, okay, if you say so.
Yeah.
I sleep better.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, like I said, I mean, I can feel like, I can drink about a pot of coffee or whatever, and I can feel my eyes and kind of like feeling like heavy and stuff. And I'm just sitting here, and next thing you know, I'm sitting here listening to something, and I'll just go straight to sleep. And I'm like, God, wait, man, this damn caffeine ain't working.
Right?
Where's the professor?
I'm assuming he's having.
Oh, never mind. I got a message here.
What do you say?
His phone died and he's trying to get his tablet going.
Roger that.
He should have had that damn thing plugged in.
Yeah, that's a good point, Rescue. You know, you can use it for the good or you can use it for the bad. It's just it's got so complicated now to where people actually worry, is somebody going to hack an airplane or something and fly that into a building, you know? I mean,
I got you. Because that's the scary part, is the level of the people and the mentality of society. Like I kind of hate to. Well, Shad probably won't care because I ain't gonna be disrespectful, but it's like this Minnesota thing, dude. I mean, everybody's got their view, but you just got to look at how did it even get there. So all of a sudden, it sounds like a bright idea to let's go and say, hey, wow, I don't like what these federal agents are doing. I'm not going to stand here and just say, hey, you're wrong, you're wrong. I'm going to go and actually inject myself into this, and somehow I'm going to feel justified. And there's going to be international media broadcast and back me up and tell everybody else to ignore your lying eyes, that this all makes sense. And you think
Right.
of that kind of society, and then you have the mad scientist over in his little warehouse with the little AI bot. Yeah, you just don't know what's fixing to come out. Yeah, look at Fauci. Look at the shit that he released on the world.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
deserves Guantanamo.
Yeah.
I
That's what
think
it
that
gives me.
certain, I think
Go
at
ahead.
certain aspects of that is going to choose to cause some kind of conflict, because evidently there's a lot of people getting indictments, like federal judges and politicians and
I want to see the
ex-presidents.
receipts.
You know?
Yeah.
I do think this year there's some shit coming. I can say I think there's going to be some moments when people are like, "Oh, damn, no way." I think some of those no way moments are actually coming.
Well,
And
like I
that's a
said, I
good
want to see
point.
receipts. I don't want a bunch of hopium. I want to see
Right.
I mean,
receipts.
you go back to what Rescue was just saying. I mean, you got to understand that there's people just like one of the Secret Service agents that was part of the protection ring around Donald Trump has been
No Vance.
he's been
He's
retired
around.
from his services. Yeah, he was
Yeah,
informing these other people in that party on how to cause disruptions, and I think that there's a lot more people out there that could cause major disruptions, like shutting the freaking Social Security Administration down or something major. You have to think about that, because AI is the thing.
Yeah, it's a modern day what do you
It's
call it? Like
digital warfare.
yeah, well, I mean, kind of like the atomic bomb. Whoever gets it first is going to be the one on top. You know, it's like,
Exactly.
you know,
I mean,
arms
they got
race.
people. They got people inside that circle of thinking and all this higher government and everything else that can shut down nuclear power plants and cause disruptions and all kinds of stuff, you know, and blame it on the opposition, you know, that they caused it, you know. So, I mean, it all kind of connects.
Well, we've had that ability. I mean, that's kind of what we did with the centrifuges, what, like a decade and a half ago over there, like when we thought they were getting close to the nuclear program back then. Somehow there's the spindles on the motors just started to over RPM and they burn up, and oh my gosh, look at that. And they figured it out eventually, but that was a virus on a USB stick that got slipped in there, plugged in, and what it did is it changed the parameters of the spindle motors. So all of a sudden they ramped up to max and stayed there.
Yeah.
So there's already ways to do things. I mean, I've built some of these substations, and to be honest, I mean, I guess if you wanted to do a glorified way, you could say a pickup truck with some shit in the bed, and you just kind of just go right into it, and there that goes. But if you wanted to just do it with a 30-06, there's some parts in there you could just go pop those, and if you just pop those pieces, it'll cause the whole shutdown.
Oh yeah,
So-
there was when I was working in a certain industry, we had what we called DCS, which was remote control valves and switches
Oh yeah,
just out in the middle of nowhere, you know, that was being turned on and off by satellite, you know.
right. That's how a
So
lot of those
we're not-
satellite platforms out there off of Ship Shoal and stuff are ran, actually.
Yeah. And people don't understand that they're looking over there at these silly little protesters and the havoc that they're causing. But if they get them backed up in a corner with all of this supposed indictments and investigations, if they back them up in the right corner, hell, they could instigate all kinds of problems inside this country, you know.
Oh, dude, that whole protest thing, it's like the George Floyd thing. That's all a distraction to give people that are stressed out and anxious and angry and pissed off about something. All of a sudden, they have somebody's dangling a target for them to focus that on, and now it's ICE.
Yeah.
While you don't talk about the billions of dollars of fraud out of that state, you don't talk about any of these federal cases that are coming before
Yeah.
grand juries on some of these people. You don't talk or hear none about it. You just want to focus your hate on ICE because we're going to be coming up on the midterms, and we're going to really need you guys to hate the Republicans so bad because they've unleashed this Gestapo squad in our cities.
Yeah, and I've heard through the grapevine of constituents that it's all connected. The Seattle and the Minnesota and the New York and the cartels and all of that, you know. It's all connected. What do they expect from a bunch of Somali pirates, you know?
I mean, it's a lot broader than that too. You know what I mean? Because I mean, hell, I start thinking about all these, what I call hobby gas stations that are using skimmers on the credit card things. You know
Yep.
what I mean?
Yeah.
That's just another scam right there too. You know?
They've been proving it. I've been watching out on the interwebs. A guy's been going to these gas stations, and some of the gas stations that he goes in, they got the prices marked on the shelves in the convenience stores, and some of the foreign-owned gas stations, they don't have prices. So whenever patrons get to the register, hell, they just charge them whatever they want to charge them for that product.
Yeah.
You know, so
I saw some weird shit about that, like in a Walmart, I guess. Is that up in the Northeast or something that they're doing? They got stores that have these little, like, digital price things on the shelf instead of having the good old little sticker things. They got these little digital things, and they
they
just
have
change.
barcodes on them.
Yeah,
Yeah, they use
Walmart's doing that.
Yep.
So, I
you
mean,
practically have to scan it before you get to the cash register, just so you know what you're paying for. Yeah.
I mean, if 50 million people go in a store and get rooked for $1 each day, well, hell, you got to imagine over the period of a month. Like they're saying, some of this scam that's been going on up in these states. Well, hell, that's been going on all the way across the United States, but it's been going on for 10 years. It's where they're
Yeah,
going back to. You know, so
yeah,
you
I was
can't
like,
imagine they're talking about it's cost $1 trillion to the American taxpayers over all this fraud, probably more than that.
Well, I
yeah,
definitely think.
I was reading another story, dollar store, Dollar General. It's like, sometimes you would find a price on the shelf of an item, and when you get up to the register, it's a different price. You know what I mean?
Oh
And they were
yeah,
like, like a few cents here and there or whatever on things, and it's like,
scamming.
and you don't normally, a lot of times you don't really think about it. A lot, just, you see what you're going to pay for, like they got a price tag on the shelf or whatever for the item. And then you don't really, unless you check your receipt, you really don't really think about what you're actually,
Yeah.
what they're charging you, you
Yep.
know?
I mean, they're playing that game of suckers born every minute, and it is really.
Well, if you do something 20 times and you get caught 5 times, you still got 15 times the profit. So,
Oh yeah,
Yep.
I mean, that's kind of that's why them used car lots. That's how a used car lot stays in business. They end up with a couple of the good ones that just pay their shit, and the car seems to last. And yeah, every now and then they got that one that comes back going, "Damn, that one just didn't last long enough."
oh yeah, but they'll sell the same car 4 or 5
That's it.
times.
Oh, yeah.
Dirty laundry.
Yep.
Yeah, I think I need to open up my own child care center, man, become a billionaire. Why not? I'm not stop playing the game right, I guess.
Well, you can
Well,
either do daycare and become a billionaire, or you can go a simpler way and just go with the drive, baby, drive, and you can just be a millionaire.
Right?
Yep.
They had that Omar chick, the Somali chick. Well, according to her records, she was at a loss at her winery, and then after her election, soon after that, her wealth was gained $30 million.
Yeah,
Imagine.
within 2 years, I heard too, like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, dude. Well,
So,
did you hear the latest one? I heard one today as I was doing stuff. It came over, so I don't even know who was really saying it. But they were reporting that apparently a TSA at an airport caught some of them, and it was like $700 million, and they were in plastic wrapped cellophane and in like big baggies inside suitcases.
yeah. And it had already been converted to Somali money. It was $700 million in Somali money that was being transferred back to Somalia. It wasn't inbound, it was outbound.
Yeah.
So I mean, I gotta understand that, you know what I mean? And then you got the everyday working people out here in the world that we're all trying to figure out how to help our people and say, hey, what's it going to take to get these people housed? What's going to get these people a better life? And then you got these bastards coming in this country, and in this country, the people that's caused it were in this country all along before any of them showed up, And then this mass influx, I mean, you're talking a major human displacement in the work, in the earnings and everything, So I mean, it's a mess. It really is. It's a hot mess.
Oh, yeah. Well, you have to change the messaging. You have to go back to promoting working and putting, work in that, nothing's for free. You get out of life what you put into it. You got to bring all that kind of stuff back and start raising another generation with the mentality of I want to succeed at something. I want to accomplish something. I take pride in, building this and, stuff like that.
I mean,
Well,
they blind all the facts. I mean, the facts is something like 87% of all the Somalians that have come into this country recently within the last 10 years, 87% of that population still depends on public welfare in one shape, form, or other. So you know, that population, that's major. You see what I mean? I mean, what does it take to house and feed 90,000 people, you know? And then we have to carry that on top of what? What do we lose? We lose more than half of our income in taxes. And then we still got to pay taxes when we go in the store and buy a pack of bubble gum or anything. We still got to pay a sales tax on that too. You see, so that's ultimately, I don't see how that's going to last. I don't see how it can sustain itself. You know, people have become aware of these facts. You know,
Dude, I was
and
sitting
then
there.
the pro-
I was sitting there. I got a debit card that every once in a while, I don't really keep a whole lot of money on it at all, but every once in a while I put some money on it, just like I, use it for particular reasons, whatever. But I ended up going down to the Dollar General and I got something. Now I go down there and I purchase an item. I'm paying sales tax for that item. And on top of that, using my debit card, that's a $2 charge. So technically I'm paying $4 more after I paid for the item. I'm like, holy crap, man. This is
So is
just,
that your
yeah,
card? Your card charges you to use it, or
yeah, it charges me $2 to use it.
oh damn?
there's a lot of those. There's a lot of those debit cards out there that people are holding that actually charge uh, about $2 per transaction. You
Yeah.
know,
I mean, going through a store, I don't know. I can't remember if it charges me like if I used it on Amazon or something like that, but I know for sure, like going like the Dollar General, for instance, it charges me $2. I was just
Damn.
like, holy crap, man. I'm like, I practically paid double for what I just bought. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Well, yeah,
I
that
deal
would.
with I deal with my bank on a different term whenever I decide I'm going to need a certain amount of cash, and over a certain amount of years, I've learned how much cash I need in a week or so. So I draw that cash out of the bank and spend cash at these stores and
Oh yeah,
stuff instead of
I do that on a majority basis. Like the only time I really, I mean, I just it was convenient at that moment. But majority of the time, the
yeah,
only time I ever use the debit card is to pay like an electric bill or something like that. That's the only time I
yeah,
ever use it. You
that
know?
free checking is bullshit, you know, because it's not free. You know, it ain't free.
See, I was saying now, like my little local bank. I mean, if I use my debit card, well, pretty much anywhere, there's no fee. But now, if I go to an ATM outside their little circle, then I pay a
Yep.
transaction fee at the ATM. And I'm
Yep.
kind of down with that because I've adjusted to that over the years. It's kind of always been that way. Now, granted, those big banks, the Chases and shit, they'll go, oh no, you can use yours anywhere. And it's like, yeah, but see, but you're a big corporate piece of shit bank. And I don't like that. I like the one where I know the guy who runs this one. We know the family that actually started this one, so the local shit's better.
Yeah, and that's another thing, you know, it's like the Federal Reserve Bank president, you know, and this issue over this, what is it, $700 million or something that they're fixing to pretty much bring him up on investigation. He's under investigation right now. It's sort of like he's not even elected. He's not an elected official. And see, he's already overspent. They're estimating it to be $700 million of the taxpayers' money for renovations because they have to have fancy garden patio areas and they have to have fancy dining halls and private dining halls and all this
Oh,
other
you're
stuff. And
talking
I'm
about
thinking,
the Fed.
you know, it's ridiculous, man. I mean, I think that people should drive their car to work, go in their office, do their fucking job, and go home. They don't need to be surrounded by marble and lavish luxury. You know, it's
Homeboy,
like it's
homeboy should have
ridiculous.
taken his opportunity to lower the interest rate, and he would have stayed under the radar. But he's done pissed orange man bad off now. So you didn't bring the
Yeah,
interest rates down. It's time to bring the thunder to you. And damn, you've done some wrong shit. This is probably not a good time to
yeah,
have the thunder brought on you.
yeah. And he's got more than Trump on him. He's got the Department of Treasury on his ass too. You know,
Well,
so
yeah, but that's pretty much Trump because that's that Scott Bassett dude, and Man, yeah, that dude's
Yeah, I
sharp.
mean, the guy that, believe it or not, the guy that's the president of the Federal Reserve Bank, if they said, hey, you're short $700 million, believe it or not, he's got that. He's got that much money. He could just say, well, here's the 700 million back. Sorry it
Oh.
happened. I don't
Are we
think he'll
making
ever
progress?
face a day in jail. He won't
we
go to
coming?
jail.
Whoa, look at there. It is Mad Chad back in the house.
Hey, okay.
Welcome back, Professor.
Welcome back.
Hey, folks, sorry about this. I'm just popping on here to end this live stream.
Roger
Yeah, I got 7%. My phone died. I didn't realize my phone, the battery was dying on it. And so,
that. Roger that. Well, hell night, brother. Appreciate you.
yeah,
Enjoy
good
it.
night.
Good night, everybody.
Thank
Yeah,
you,
I
everyone,
appreciate
for
you,
hanging
Chad.
out.
Rest
Have a good
in
night,
Trent.
folks. Yes,
everybody.
indeed.
Make tomorrow a good day. It's in your choice. You get to decide.
Always, bruh. Every day it's my choice, and I choose to make it a good day.
Roger that.
Come back next time. Same week.
Yes, sir. All
Yes,
right,
sir.
later, Professor.
Same
All right,
time,
buddy.
different corner.
All right. Y'all have a good night. Yep. Now I'm down to 5%. Yeah. Wow. Yep. Went to Mad Shed Show, the rescue show. Good night, everybody. Wow. How do I turn it off? It's not giving me the option. There it goes. Okay. Boom.